Chapter 953. Noah didn't know if the elven kings of this world could be compared to Gaia and Aleia. Noah only knew that in this world, the elven kings who were in charge of managing the various elements of the human world and the elemental world were existences at the peak. Just like how gods were to the humans. To the humans and elves of this world, the elven kings were synonymous with gods. And there were a total of 5 elven kings. Fire Elven King, Volcanic. Wind Elven King, Bevel. Earth Elven King, Rodlia. Water Elven King, Isalia Shiva. Holy Elven King, Alexander. The 5 elven kings were in charge of each of the basic elements of this world, namely fire, wind, earth, water, and holy. These 5 elements brought blessings to humans and elves. So to the people of this world, the 5 elven kings were godlike existences. It was said that in this world, there were 5 witch concubines who directly served the 5 elven kings. These 5 witch concubines who directly served the 5 elven kings were called elven concubines. The elven concubines were in charge of serving the elven kings and conveying the elven king's will to the world. And the Elven Sword Dance Festival was a sacrificial ceremony for the 5 elven kings. In this ceremony, the best elves from each country would compete in a sword dance. They would use the most beautiful sword dance to satisfy the elven king and determine the strongest elven envoy. The strongest elven envoy would be able to make a wish to the elven king. No matter what the wish was, it would be fulfilled. At first, when he heard about the Elven Sword Dance Festival, Noah even had some thoughts. After all, although the nature was different, the Elven Sword Dance Festival of this world was similar to the Holy Grail War of the Type Moon world. They both had to compete to decide the winner. After the winner was decided, a wish could be fulfilled. Furthermore, both of them were rituals. The difference was that the Elven Sword Dance Festival was more like a large-scale carnival, while the Holy Grail War was a pure killing game. The Elven Sword Dance Festival is held at irregular intervals. Only when the Elven King wants to hold will the Elven concubines convey the Elven King's will and make preparations, Claire continued to explain. In the past 30 years, the Elven Sword Dance Festival has been held 3 times. They were held 3 years ago, 15 years ago, and 24 years ago. The headmaster participated in the Elven Sword Dance Festival 24 years ago and became the champion of that festival at the age of 15. That can't be right, right? Noah was just about to nod when he suddenly thought of something and shuddered. If Grey Vaz was already 15 years old 24 years ago, doesn't that mean that the witch is almost 40 years old now? This was not something that could be ignored. First of all, Grey Vaz looked like she was in her 20s or 30s. How could she be in her 40s? What's more, Grey and Vaz had displayed their powerful elven abilities in front of Noah more than once. However, everyone knew that the power of an elven envoy would begin to decline after reaching its peak. The age of decline was about 25 years old. If Grey Vaz was really around 40 years old, then her power as an elven envoy would have completely declined, right? How could she still have the title of the strongest elven envoy on the continent? Did you forget that the winner of the Elven Sword Dance Festival can make a wish to the Elven King? Claire reminded. I heard that the headmaster made a wish to the Elven King for eternal youth. No matter how much time passed, her appearance would not age, her body would not decline, and her power as an elven envoy would always be at its peak. Therefore, she had already surpassed the age of the highest elven envoy. That's possible? Noah couldn't help sweating. No wonder the witch felt that she was old when she lost to me. So it wasn't just for show? Lose to you? Claire blinked her eyes strangely. What did she lose to you in? No, nothing. Noah scratched his cheek, then pointed to another portrait and changed the topic. Then, who is that person? Next to the young Grey Vaz, there was another portrait. She had long black hair that reached her waist like a waterfall, and she was wearing an exotic costume that looked like a witch's costume. Compared to Grey Vaz, that girl looked even younger. However, that girl could be placed next to the portrait of Grey Vaz, who was known as the strongest elven envoy on the continent. Her identity was definitely not ordinary. You don't even know her? Noah didn't know if it was an illusion. If Claire was surprised when Noah said that he didn't know about Grey Vath's life, then she was angry now. It's understandable that you don't know about the headmaster's life. After all, it was something that happened many years ago. However, you don't even know the strongest sword dancer. Are you still an elven envoy? What are you angry about? Noah raised his eyebrows. Don't tell me that she's still your idol? That's right, Claire admitted generously. Can't I? I didn't say that I can't, Noah asked curiously. However, since she can become the idol of an unruly young miss like you, she must have a great background. Isn't that obvious? Claire raised her eyebrows and glared at Noah. That's the elf envoy who dominated the elf sword dance festival 3 years ago when she was only 14 years old. Everyone called her the strongest sword dancer. Not only me, many elf envoys in active service were captivated by her beautiful sword dance. Even the elf envoys who lost to her were attracted by her. What's so strange about me worshipping her? The strongest sword dancer. Noah nodded in understanding. Then what's her name? Claire raised her head, her eyes full of bright light, as she spat out this name in a loud voice. Lyanna Subble. When this name entered Noah's ears from Claire's mouth, Noah suddenly felt his heart beat faster. An indescribable intuition like a bolt of lightning flashed through Noah's heart. Noah's eyes narrowed as a pair of pitch-black pupils flashed. There was no way that Noah didn't recognize this feeling. Surprisingly, it was the hint that the world had given Noah when he had obtained information related to the whereabouts of the world fragment. In other words, the world fragment that was lost in this world was very likely related to the strongest sword dancer. He didn't expect that he would obtain information related to the whereabouts of the world fragment in a place like this. This was truly an unexpected gain. Lyanna Subble is the most popular of the elven sword dance festivals. In our Osea Empire, her popularity can even be compared to the strongest elven envoy on the continent, the Dean of the Academy. She has become the object of admiration in almost everyone's hearts. Claire spoke without stopping. You actually don't even know the strongest sword dancer? You've been an elven envoy for so long in vain. Sorry, I haven't been an elven envoy for very long. Noah laughed bitterly. He suppressed the restless feeling in his heart, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. However, I'll remember her name. Lyanna Subble, I must meet you. On the side, Claire saw Noah lift the corners of his mouth and suddenly emit a powerful presence. She didn't know why, but her pretty face suddenly reddened and her heartbeat sped up. If a guy like you were in front of Lyanna Subble, you would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Claire's face was red. I don't think that you're very handsome like this. Noah immediately blinked and looked at Claire with a strange expression. Being stared at by Noah like this, Claire's pretty face became redder and redder, redder and redder. In the end, her embarrassment turned into anger. Don't keep staring at me like this. Pervert. Beast. As she shouted, the elven mark on the back of one of Claire's hands lit up. It seemed that this unruly young miss was planning to use violence to cover up her excessive embarrassment. Just as Noah felt a bit speechless and was about to give Claire a hard knock on the head, an elegant voice with a sense of superiority suddenly sounded. It's too noisy, Claire Lucio. Chapter 954. You're too noisy, Claire Lucio. Accompanied by such an elegant voice, the light on the elven mark in Claire's hand paused for a moment. An unlucky expression appeared on her young but rather cute face, as if she had encountered something bad. It was Noah's first time seeing such an expression on Claire's face. Even when facing a male elf user like himself, this pure and innocent young lady didn't reveal such a blatant expression. Who could make this barbaric young lady reveal such an unlucky expression? With such curiosity, Noah turned around and looked at the source of the voice. Then, a young lady entered Noah's field of vision. You must keep quiet in the library. This is etiquette that ordinary people know. With such a sentence, the young lady walked towards Noah and Claire with graceful steps. And, as nobles, we should pay more attention to etiquette than ordinary people. If you don't even know this little bit of etiquette, you don't have the face to call yourself a noble. Claire's face darkened after hearing the young lady's words. As for Noah, he sized up the young lady in front of him. She was an extremely beautiful young lady. The young lady had gorgeous light blonde hair that reached her waist. Her hair was also decorated with a long purple ribbon that curled between the strands of hair, setting off an inexplicable sense of nobility. The young lady's appearance was rather pure and refined. Her pretty face was exquisite, as if it was meticulously drawn. Her eyes were like a pair of green gems that emitted a faint glow from time to time. She was such a beautiful girl. At this moment, an elegant smile hung on her beautiful face that was as exquisite as a painting. She stroked her long golden hair with one hand, causing it to flutter back and forth in the air. It was quite pleasing to the eye. Noah could be considered to have seen many noble young ladies. However, those who could perfectly set off the noble temperament were Lilith, Erica, Laius, and Rin Enbin. Similarly, the young lady in front of him could also be considered one. And behind this young lady, there was another young lady. A young girl wearing a light-made uniform with wavy lace, with neatly combed black hair and a small white headdress on her head. Maid? Noah was stunned. Why are there maids in Alicia Elf Academy? While Noah was stunned, Claire coldly snorted and spoke without any trace of politeness. Don't impose your so-called aristocratic etiquette on me, Lindley Lorenfrost. I'm tired of it. Ah, so you're saying that I've already mentioned it to you many times? The noble Lady Claire, called Lindley, laughed. I've said it so many times, and you still don't understand. As expected, you're still a child. As she spoke, the girl named Lindley purposely glanced at a part of Claire's body that wasn't protruding at all. She snickered, causing Claire's eyes to widen and her face to redden. Of course, this time, Claire wasn't embarrassed, but angry. Are you here to pick a fight? Lynn Siley didn't even have the time to speak when the female servant standing not far behind her laughed softly and said, Eldest Miss just wanted to greet you. Carol. Lindley's elegant posture was defeated in an instant. She raised her fist as if she was very embarrassed and lightly knocked on the maid's back. You? What nonsense are you saying now? Ma. The maid named Carol smiled as she endured her young Miss's punches that didn't have any strength behind them. Really, Eldest Miss has always been so uncanny. What are you talking about? Claire turned her head away. Then it would have been better if you said that from the start. Why did you have to act so high and mighty? That's not high and mighty, Lindley said angrily. As a noble, you should maintain your elegance at all times. Haven't you been taught this before? Looking at Lindley's angry expression, Noah smiled bitterly in his heart. Looks like I really misjudged her this time. She's just an ordinary girl. However, this kind of Lindley made Noah feel a sense of intimacy. At this time, Lindley deliberately coughed to cover up her loss of composure. Then she noticed Noah, and her beautiful eyebrows twitched slightly. You're the rumored male elf messenger? I am indeed an elf messenger. Noah narrowed his eyes. But I'm definitely not the male elf messenger you've heard of in the rumors. God knows, in this academy, what kind of rumors had Noah become. There were even rumors of 3 heads, 6 arms, and 8 legs. If he admitted it here, then Noah could really go to the Rare Animal Protection Association or the World Heritage Protection Association to apply for a place to stay. That's true. Lindley did not maintain a fearful and curious attitude towards Noah like other girls. Instead, she treated him like an ordinary person. She put her face in front of Noah's face, looked at him for a while, and smiled sweetly. Your looks are not bad. Very good. You have the qualifications to stand next to me, the eldest daughter of the Lorenfrost family. Noah was puzzled. Doesn't that mean if I'm not good-looking, I can't stand next to you? Isn't that obvious? Lindley raised her head, one hand on her waist, and a confident smile on her face. To be able to stand next to me, Lindley Lorenfrost, how can you not have a passable appearance? As soon as these words fell, Carol, who had been hiding behind Lindley, laughed out loud. Young Miss wants to be friends with you. Carol. Lindley's pretty face blushed, as if her thoughts were seen through. If you talk nonsense again, I won't cook for you tonight. Carol was shocked. She pitifully pulled on Lynn Siley-Eye's clothes. No, young Miss, if young Miss doesn't cook for me, I will starve to death. It's good that you know. Linley's heart seemed to soften, and her tone relaxed. If you are obedient, I will add more food for you tonight. If you sleep in tomorrow, I will also wake you up. Young miss. Carol suddenly looked extremely touched. Little did she know, after hearing the conversation between the two, Noah was speechless. Why did the young Miss Linley have to cook for her own maid and also be responsible for waking up the maid who slept in? Why would the maid not be able to survive without the young Miss cooking? What a development full of complaints. However, Noah still had a good impression of Linley. The witches in this academy were really too pure. So pure that when Noah, a male elven user, appeared, it immediately caused all kinds of gossip and rumors to fly in the minds of these young miss who did not care about worldly affairs, causing Noah to be badly battered. However, Noah had no way to make things difficult for her. He couldn't lose his temper at her just because she was too pure, right? If he did that, then he wouldn't be Noah. Only Linley didn't treat Noah as a romantic and gossipy character in other people's rumors. She looked at Noah with her own eyes, and there was no element of discrimination in it. She was just purely curious and interested in Noah. For Noah, who was treated differently in this academy and couldn't make things difficult, this was really no different from redemption. However, this girl didn't seem to be very frank. That maid called Carol, on the other hand, translated her young Miss's thoughts very cleanly. Noah rubbed his head and smiled at Linley. Anyway, since we know each other, then please give me more advice. Linley was slightly startled, and then reacted, unable to hide her nervousness. Yes, please give me more advice. Why did the two of you suddenly become friends? Claire, who was left out to the side, couldn't bear to be left out and interrupted, glaring at Linley. You suddenly ran out to introduce yourself to others, and even left me out to the side, as expected of a dog thief. Who are you calling a dog? Linley glared at Claire. You're the one who's in airport. Airport. Claire's face suddenly distorted. That look was as if she had been poked in a sore spot. Chapter 955. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the library became somewhat sinister following the interaction between Claire and Linley. Seeing Claire and Linley glaring at each other, Noah couldn't help but be stunned. Is a relationship between these two that bad? There's no such thing. Carol, who had hidden beside Noah at some point, laughed without a care. Miss Claire and Miss Claire are childhood friends who have a very good relationship. They've been close since they were young. Close? Noah helplessly pointed at Claire and Linley, who were baring their teeth at each other, as if they wanted to swallow each other whole. You call this close? Yes. Carol smiled innocently. Very close, right? Okay. Noah really didn't know what to say. However, just as Noah was about to shut his mouth, Claire and Linley were about to display their close relationship. You really came to pick a fight, Claire said with incomparable anger. In that case, I won't be polite. With that, the elven mark on the back of Claire's hand flashed with red light. Guardian of the red flames, watchman of the sleepless furnace, here to fulfill the blood contract. Listen to my orders. A surge of flames accompanied Claire's contractual chant and suddenly appeared in front of her, rolling into a vortex. Within the whirlpool of flames, the fire cat spirit, whose entire body was covered in flames, slowly appeared. It landed on the ground and let out a ferocious roar in Linley's direction. You should be the one picking a fight. Linley shouted, not to be outdone. Don't think that you're the only one who can summon elves. With that, a faint blue light gradually rose from Linley's body. That was a cold light that caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. Chilling, ice-fanged beast, heartless hunter of the forest, here to fulfill the blood contract. Listen to my orders. As if falling from the sky, a whirlwind mixed with ice and snow suddenly rolled up from above Linley and abruptly descended. After spinning a circle on the ground like a gust of wind, it condensed together and turned into a block of solid ice. Within the solid ice, a white wolf with beautiful fur and ice and snow all over its body opened its pair of crystal-like eyes and suddenly shook. Bang! With a loud explosion, The ice that wrapped around the beautiful white wolf exploded, turning into ice shards that fell to the ground. That's, Noah said in surprise. A high elf? Yes, Carol said with a smile. That's Miss Contracted Elf, Magic Ice Elf Fenrir. With his outstanding perception ability, Noah could judge the elven rank of the fire cat and ice wolf based on their aura and aura. However, even without the ability to sense, people could still easily determine the level of elves under normal circumstances. There were generally two ways to judge an elven rank's rank. One was to judge based on the elf's divine might. Of course, the higher the rank of the elf, the greater the power, and the more powerful the divine might. Therefore, as long as one felt the divine might of the elf users could generally easily judge an elf's rank. The other method was based on the appearance. An elf's rank and appearance were closely related. Low-rank elves generally didn't have an obvious appearance, or only had a simple structure. For example, the light balls, will-o'-the-wisps, mist, and the like that Noah had seen before, were all low-rank elves. Elves with extremely small bodies like fireflies and small lizards, whose body structures were quite simple, were similarly low-rank elves. Middle-rank elves could already have an obvious appearance, and their bodies were much larger than low-rank elves. For example, the stone giant that Noah encountered when he first came to this world was a middle-rank elf. As for high-rank elves, elves of this rank usually existed in the form of wild beasts, magical beasts, or ferocious beasts. For example, Claire's fire cat elf. For example, Linley's magic ice elf. If nothing unexpected happened, these elves with animal forms were all high elves. Noah had even heard that among the elves, there was an elf that had the exact same appearance as a human. Those elves with human forms had power that even high-rank elves couldn't compare to. Not only were they the highest-rank elves in the entire elemental elf world, but they were also the rarest and were called the highest-rank elves. Although high-rank elves weren't as rare as the highest-rank elves, they weren't common goods. Basically, except for those high-rank nobles who had high-rank elves that had been passed down for generations to contract, ordinary elf users couldn't find such high-rank elves even if they wanted to contract high-rank elves. In the end, Claire's and Linley's contracted elves were both high-rank elves. Although Noah wasn't surprised, he was quite surprised. The family background of these two girls was definitely not ordinary. Of course, this wasn't something that Noah should be concerned about. What are you planning to do? Noah sighed. This is the library. If you start fighting here and damage those precious books, you won't be able to get away with just a few words of punishment. Claire and Linley were speechless at the same time. Don't think that these two girls' contracted elves didn't have much ability just because they weren't big. The power of high-rank elves was enough to rival large dragon beasts. Once they got serious, it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that they could destroy everything, but it was only a matter of time to turn a building into ruins. Whether it was Claire's Scarlet or Linley's Fenrir, they were both high-rank elves. If they started fighting here, the library would either be burned to the ground or shattered into ice shards. At that time, these two girls would be in big trouble. Oomph. Linley turned her head away and brushed her long hair that reached her waist. I'll let you off today, Claire Lucio. Next time, it won't be so easy. I should be the one saying that. Claire glared at Linley like an angry little wildcat. Linley Lorenfrost, next time, I'll definitely burn you to ashes. The two girls looked at each other, then both snorted coldly and turned their heads away. Seeing this scene, Noah couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps it was really as Carol said. Claire and Linley's relationship was quite good. That might be the case. Because Noah didn't need to attend classes when Claire and Linley both went to class, he was still hiding in the library, looking for books related to the Holy Maiden and the Holy Sword. However, no matter which book it was, even if it mentioned the Holy Maiden and the Holy Sword, they were all written in the form of legends. There was no basis at all, and it couldn't be completely believed. Thus, Noah stayed in the library for an entire day, but didn't gain anything at all. It wasn't until almost dusk that Noah walked out of the library. He raised his hand and stared at the elven engravings that looked like swords crisscrossing, forming an extremely complicated pattern. What's wrong with you? Naturally, no one would answer Noah's question. Noah could only give up. He lifted his feet and was about to walk out when the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Wait, the male elven user over there. Upon hearing the voice, Noah subconsciously stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Alice running in Noah's direction. After stopping, she immediately spoke while panting. It's good that you haven't left yet. What's wrong? Noah raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Let's make it clear first. I'm not waiting for the sky to turn dark to hunt women. It's best that you're not. Alice glared at Noah before straightening her body. She coughed and stammered. You're right. I'm here to tell you about your residence. Oh, Noah's interest was slightly piqued. Then where am I staying? As soon as these words were spoken, Alice's beautiful face turned slightly red. She lowered her head and opened her mouth to speak in a mosquito's voice. My room, huh? Noah almost couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Alice bit her lip and looked angrily at Noah as she shouted loudly. You're staying in my room. Noah was really confused. What kind of development was this? Chapter 956. As an academy that specialized in nurturing elven users, not only did the Elven Academy own a vast elven forest, but there were also teachers who were as strong as the Elven Knights of the Empire. There were 3 grades in the Elven Academy, and each grade had a different class. The Mole class was where the most outstanding students of each grade would study. The Crow class was the exact opposite. Everyone in the class was problematic. Alice was a good student in the Weasel class. It was worth mentioning that Claire and Linley were both students of the Crow class. Under such circumstances, the students of the Elven Academy lived in different dormitories according to their classes. Alice's room was naturally in the Mole class dormitory. Under Alice's lead, Noah walked into the dormitory of the Mole class, where only pure and clean girls lived. Furthermore, they were all outstanding students. Noah's expression was somewhat helpless. Why did things turn out like this? Is there something you're unhappy about? Alice's face was tense as she led the way, not letting Noah see her blushing face. I'm the one who should be the most unhappy, right? Then why did you let me stay in your room? Noah rolled his eyes. If you're unhappy, why don't you just leave me be? That won't do. Alice's answer was firm. Although you're a male elven user, we have a responsibility to take care of you as a student of the academy. We can't just watch you live in the wilderness or on a tree. But you don't have to live in the female dormitory, do you? Noah asked curiously. Didn't you warn me not to have any ideas about the female dormitory? That's true, but other than you, all the elven users are female. There's no reason to build a male dormitory just for you, right? Alice said without turning her head. And I don't have enough time to build a good house for you. The previous one took me 3 hours. That was my limit. I'm the leader of the Wind King Knights, and I have to patrol and go to school every day. There's nothing I can do about it. All right, Noah rubbed his eyes. Then why stay in your room? If I let you stay in a room alone, with no one watching over you, who knows if you will sneak into the dormitory students' rooms to do something when they are asleep? Alice pouted, and the other students definitely won't be willing to live with you. Plus, there has to be someone watching over you. Other than me, is there a better candidate? Noah really wanted to tell Alice that if she let him live alone, he wouldn't do anything. However, as the only physically and mentally healthy male in an academy full of pure and innocent young girls, if he were to say this, it was estimated that 99 out of 100 people would not believe him, and the remaining one would only be half convinced. At the thought of this, Noah felt weak all over. Why don't you just let me continue living outside? I already said that I will not allow the students of the academy to fall into such dire straits, Alice said in an unquestionable tone. Or do you think I'm that kind of person? No, I know that you are a serious person. Noah laughed bitterly. However, at this time, being rigid is not a good thing. As they spoke, Noah and Alice arrived at the 2nd floor of the Mole dormitory and came to a door. Standing in front of the door, Alice placed one hand on the doorknob, but did not open the door for a long time. Instead, she turned her head uneasily and looked at Noah. I'll say this first. Letting you stay here is only because there has to be someone watching over you. There's no other meaning. Noah scratched his face and asked carefully, "What are you trying to say?" I mean, this is something that can't be helped. Alice looked up at Noah with a pair of watery eyes, her heart swaying with shyness. I'm definitely not the kind of woman who would casually invite a man into her room. Hearing this, Noah was slightly taken aback, then laughed. "Oh," Alice was flustered. What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Noah shrugged. "It's just that I feel that you don't have to worry. Although I haven't known you for a long time, and we haven't interacted much, I already know how serious you are. I don't think that you're that kind of woman." That's good." Alice heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Noah sighed in his heart. The leader of a night troop looked so strict on the surface, but in reality, she was just an ordinary and cute girl. As a pure girl who had never been so close to a male stranger, it was natural for her to be concerned about how the opposite sex looked at her. Especially for a serious girl like Alice, she was even more concerned about her image in the eyes of others. It had to be said that this Alice was really quite cute. "Gotcha." Alice opened the door to her room with a soft creak. Her voice was a little nervous as she spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Come in." Seeing how nervous Alice was, Noah found it funny and walked into the room. What entered Noah's eyes was an unexpected room. The floor was pink. The home arranged in the room has a table and chair for dining and a table and chair for rest. In addition, there were decorative murals hanging on the walls. There were potted plants in the corner, and there were even a few dolls on a bench. It looked quite girlish. There were also 4 rooms in the room. One was a kitchen without a door. The other was a bathroom connected to the washroom. There were also 2 rooms side by side, and the doors were tightly shut. Those should be the rooms that the people who lived here used to sleep. The student dorms in Alicia Elven Academy were all 2-person dorms. This meant that Alice also had her own roommate. After leading Noah into the room, Alice said to Noah, "My roommate has temporarily left the academy to carry out a mission. He'll only be back in a few weeks. I'm unable to arrange a specific residence for you at the moment. However, I will propose some plans to the dean. I hope that your problem can be solved before my roommate returns." Noah nodded unconcernedly and continued to look around, admiring Alice's room bit by bit. Seeing how seriously Noah was looking at her room, Alice became shy. Don't keep staring. There's nothing strange, no." Noah laughed out loud. "It's just that I thought your room would be very simple. I didn't expect it to have the scent of a girl." Scent? Alice was shocked. She subconsciously placed her hand on her sword and spoke with a red face. You actually intend to smell me in my room? Beast, please, can you at least not choose other words to listen to?" Noah felt a headache coming on. "I'm starting to doubt if you can really lead a team of knights like this. I'm also starting to doubt if bringing you to my room was a good choice." Alice glared at Noah, her face still a little hot. "In any case, you can make your own arrangements here. However, you're not allowed to enter my room." After saying that, Alice was just about to turn around when she seemed to have thought of something. She turned back and looked at Noah. "By the way, if you don't want to die, it's best that you don't enter my roommate's room." After saying that, Alice hid in her room in a panic. With a bang, she slammed the door shut. Noah could only look on helplessly. All of a sudden, Noah felt a line of sight coming straight from the window and falling on him. Noah reflexively turned his head and looked out of the window. There was only a building with the moon as the background. Noah frowned slightly. Was it an illusion? Under the dark moonlight, a girl with black wings on her back floated in the air. She looked down at the dormitory of the mole class and smiled sweetly. "Your senses are so sharp. If I looked for one more second, I would definitely be discovered." Saying this, the young girl put her finger between her lips and smiled happily. "Let me play with you then." Chapter 9:57. When he regained consciousness, Noah realized that he was floating in mid-air. His body was illusory. His surroundings were dark. He felt like he was in a strange place. However, his consciousness was still quite clear. Under such circumstances, Noah witnessed the pinnacle of the battle in the dark space from the perspective of God. Roar! In the dark fortress, the demon king, whose body was burning with black flames, let out a roar that did not sound like a human's voice. In his hand, he gripped a completely black knight's sword tightly. Dense black gas surged around his body, bringing with it gusts of wind that swirled in the surrounding space. Finally, it gathered on the sword. Roar! In a low roar that sounded like a ferocious beast, the demon king, whose body was shrouded in ominous black gas, suddenly shook his sword-wielding arm. Like a flash of black lightning, his body instantly shot forward. In front of the demon king of disaster was a young girl holding a steel sword shining with silver light. She was called the Saintess of Salvation by the later generations. She fearlessly pointed her sword at the demon king that was charging towards her. Her body was surrounded by a beautiful phosphorescent light called divine might, which was completely different from the demon king's. The black lightning that shot toward the Saintess of Salvation was terrifyingly fast. One could only vaguely see a black line flash in front of their eyes. The demon king, whose body was shrouded in ominous black gas, arrived in front of the Saintess. He mercilessly slashed with the Black Knight's sword at the Saintess' head with a sonic boom. Clang! In the next moment, the Black Knight's sword and the shining silver sword collided fiercely, setting off a shocking shockwave that shook the surroundings. Then, the heart-trembling collision began. Clang, clang, clang. Along with the Demon King's ferocious roar, the pitch-black knight's sword was swung out like a heavy hammer. Using the most violent method, it mercilessly slashed towards the delicate and pitiful girl. However, no matter how heavy the slashes were, the existence who was known as the Saintess of Salvation by the later generations was fearless. She raised her shiny silver steel sword and continuously welcomed the heavy sword that was swinging at her. She poured all of her divine power into her elven device and repelled the violent yet rough slashes of the Demon King amidst the crisp clangs of clashing sounds. Rather than saying that it was a beautiful clash of swords, it would be more accurate to say that one side was simply venting their violence, while the other side was doing their best to defend against the other side's attacks. In the eyes of some ordinary people, and even in the eyes of ordinary elves, such a battle of one attacking and one defending was rather exciting. However, for Noah, who had once faced a god and even killed a god, it was a little too simple. This was because Noah could easily see that just like when he faced Hercules in the form of a servant, the Saintess was also waiting for an opportunity in the battle with the Demon King. She was waiting for an opportunity to kill him in one strike. And this opportunity came very quickly. Roar! Perhaps it was because it was furious that it couldn't take down a weak girl for a long time. In order to slay the foolish girl who challenged it, the Demon King raised its pitch-black knight's sword high up and gathered all of its strength into the next strike. However, this long accumulation of power finally laid a decisive foundation for the Saintess to defeat the Demon King. Clang! Suddenly, the shining silver steel sword in the Saintess' hand suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Like a ray of moonlight flashing through space, it swept forward with a pleasant sword sound. At such a close distance, the Demon King, who was still accumulating power with his elven device raised high, couldn't dodge at all. He could only watch as the moonlight slash landed on his body. Poochie! Without any obstruction, the sharp steel sword directly pierced through the Demon King's chest, piercing through the heart of the male elven envoy who brought unimaginable disaster to the continent. Wong! The shining silver steel sword suddenly trembled and burst out with a shockingly strong light, completely enveloping the Demon King's body in the light. Roar! In the end, the Demon King only had time to let out a hair-raising roar. In the dazzling light, his body gradually disappeared. Clang! Then, the pitch-black knight's sword in the hands of the Demon King of Disaster fell down and stabbed into the ground upside down. At this moment, the Demon King was eliminated, and the scene of the Saintess who saved the world powerlessly sitting on the ground became the last scene in the legend of the Saintess and the Demon King that spread throughout the continent. Similarly, it also became the last scene in the eyes of Noah, who watched the entire process from the perspective of God. As his consciousness gradually returned to his mind, Noah woke up from his sleep and slowly opened his eyes. Because he didn't draw the curtains, when the sky began to brighten, the darkness in the pink room was gradually expelled. Noah, who was lying on the sofa with a quilt covering his body, didn't have a bright look in his eyes. Instead, he looked a little gloomy. After a while, he finally regained his senses. He straightened up and covered his forehead with his hand. His deep eyes flickered with slight ripples. Is it that dream again? The dream of the final battle between the Saintess and the Demon King. This time, Noah did not wake up because of his sudden dream. Not only did he clearly know that he was dreaming, but he also witnessed the final battle between the Saintess and the Demon King from the perspective of God, which no one could discover until the very last moment. Raising his hand and looking at the elven seal on the back of his hand, Noah extracted the divine aura from the divine aura source in his body bit by bit and poured it into the seal. With a slight tremor, the elven seal emitted a weak light. Cold steel queen, holy sword that slays demons and demons, become a sword of steel and bestow upon me divine power. The familiar contractual elven incantation sounded around him, causing the weak light to become even brighter. However, after a while, the bright light dimmed again until it completely disappeared and returned to its original state. Although he didn't have much hope, the failure of the summoning still made Noah smile helplessly. I've really made a contract with a troublesome elf. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a door being opened echoed into Noah's ears. That was the sound of the door to Alice's room being opened. Good morning. Not knowing whether she was talking to herself or was subconsciously talking in her sleep, Alice's expression was hazy as she rubbed her eyes. She looked sleepy as she walked out of the room. Seeing this scene, Noah knew that Alice was probably still asleep. This was because Alice was wearing pajamas with polka dots printed on them. Her sky blue waist-length hair wasn't tied into a ponytail, but was instead let loose. This made Alice, who is usually very stern, look even more gentle and beautiful at this moment. The cute pajamas, coupled with Alice's cute appearance, made Noah's expression relax as he replied subconsciously, "Good morning." Hearing this voice, Alice's body froze. Then, as if she finally remembered something very important, Alice maintained her stiff body as her neck slowly turned towards Noah's direction. When she saw Noah, her face slowly turned red. Looking at Noah lying on the sofa, then looking at herself in her pajamas, Alice's eyes began to well up with tears. Wah wah wah. With a sorrowful cry, Alice scurried back to her room and slammed the door shut. The corner of Noah's mouth twitched. It was just pajamas. Was there a need to have such a big reaction? 30 minutes later, Alice came out of the room in her uniform and light clothes, with a knight's sword at her waist. The moment she came out, Alice's face flushed red as she pulled out the knight's sword at her waist and pointed it at Noah. "Speak. What did you see?" Noah knew that inexplicable trouble had come again. Just as Noah was about to subdue Alice, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard clearly from outside, followed by a series of violent knocks on the door. The next moment, a panicked voice suddenly sounded. "Captain, something happened." Alice's expression changed. Chapter 958. Until just now, Alice's face was flushed red with shame and indignation. The moment the flustered voice sounded outside the door, not only did her expression change, but the flush on her face also faded away, replaced by an incomparably stern expression. At this moment, Alice switched from an ordinary girl to the leader of the Wind King Knights, who protected the security and order of the Elven Academy. Without any hesitation, Alice stepped forward and opened the door. Two girls appeared outside the door. The two girls were equipped with the same light armor and swords as Alice of the Wind King Knights. Obviously, these two girls were also members of the Wind King Knights. Leader, looking at Alice who opened the door, the two girls heaved a sigh of relief, but soon they spoke anxiously. Something happened. Leader, calm down. Alice put her hands on the shoulders of the two girls, indicating for them to calm down. What happened? The two girls looked at each other and immediately seemed to have reached a consensus. They looked at Alice together and said this sentence in unison. In the elven forest, a large number of magical beasts suddenly rushed out and attacked the gate of the academy. You? What did you say? Alice cried out involuntarily. Magical beasts? Noah's heart moved, and he also stood up. Magical beasts. It was a species that was different from elves, but also lived in the elemental elf world. They didn't have the power to form a contract with humans, nor did they have the various abilities like elves. Strictly speaking, they should be a kind of wild beast. However, this kind of magical beast usually had a strange body structure and physical strength, much stronger than ordinary wild beasts. Many people said that magical beasts were a species born from the union of elves in the elemental elf world and wild beasts in the human world. However, this statement had never been confirmed. What was certain was that this kind of magical beast did indeed have physical strength and body structure that ordinary wild beasts didn't have. Rather than saying that it was the same kind of existence as tigers and lions, it was better to say that it was the same kind of existence as dinosaurs. Therefore, even if it didn't have the ability of elves, the threat of magical beasts to humans was much greater than ordinary wild beasts. Compared to some elves, it was not to be outdone. Like elves, magical beasts would also come to this world through the gate of the elemental elf world and live in the elven forest. Now, it seemed that a portion of the magical beasts living in the elven forest had suddenly attacked the academy. Alice, who knew that she could not afford to be careless, immediately spoke. Have all the knights gone over? Most of them are already there. The rest are still being notified, a young girl from a knight corps quickly said. Leader, should we ask the academy for help? In addition to the Wind King Knights, there were also teachers with strength comparable to the Empire's Elven Knights. If he asked them for help, it would probably make the situation much better, right? However, Alice shook her head. I don't know why, but the magical beasts suddenly began to attack the academy's gates. Who knows when other magical beasts will attack the academy from another direction? If we send all the academy's teachers to the gates, once other magical beasts break in, no one will be able to protect the academy's students and important secrets. Alice made a prompt decision. Send someone to report this matter to the dean and ask him to inform the teachers to be on guard against the magical beasts that might attack at any time. The magical beasts at the gates will be blocked by the Wind King Knights. In this way, even if we can't defend it, there are still teachers in the academy who can face the attack at any time. The two young girls from a knight corps hurriedly nodded, and one of them ran back. It seemed that she had gone to the dean's office. Let's hurry to the gates too, Alice called out to the remaining young girl from the knight corps, then turned around and looked at Noah with an extremely solemn expression. If you're willing to help, go to the academy and inform those students that if we can't defend the gates, you can let them take refuge. After leaving the sentence, Alice did not even wait for Noah's reply and directly ran out with the young girl from the knight corps. Noah, who silently watched Alice run away, narrowed his eyes slightly and also walked out of the door. Once out of the mole class's dormitory, Noah had yet to decide on a direction when a voice called out to him. You look quite leisurely. Noah's footsteps paused, and he turned around to look at the source of the voice. In the direction of the academy, Grey Vaz walked calmly in the direction of Noah's direction. I thought you definitely went to the gates. Hearing the words of the continent's strongest elf envoy, Noah smiled indifferently. In other words, the current situation is so urgent that you need to find me to help? No, it's just magical beasts. They don't have the ability to attack this academy that specializes in nurturing elf envoys and has teachers who are comparable to the Empire's elf knight stationed there. Grey Vaz cast her gaze in the direction of the gates. It's just that those girls from the Wind King Knights probably don't have the ability to block the attack of the magical beasts. Why would the magical beasts suddenly attack the academy? Noah asked the question that he was concerned about. Could it be that the academy often receives attacks from the magical beasts in the elf forest? Since it's a building built in the elf forest, it's not strange for it to receive attacks from magical beasts, Grave Vaz said with a calm expression. It's just that the magical beasts in the elf forest are generally from the elemental elf realm through the gate and accidentally enter this world. If there are no accidents, they won't form a group. The Wind King Knights can easily deal with a single magical beast. Noah understood the meaning behind Grave Vaz's words. Since the magical beasts in the elf forest usually acted alone, it could only be that someone was secretly manipulating them to suddenly attack in large numbers. I've already sent people to investigate who's behind this. Grave Vaz glanced at Noah. As for the magical beasts at the gates, I'll leave it to you to deal with. Grave Vaz's words left no room for doubt. It wasn't an order, nor was it a plea. It was like a teacher giving homework to a student. There was no reason for the student to not have the hand in the homework just because he said he didn't want to. Grave Vaz could be considered Noah's mentor in the field of elven envoys. Since Grave Vaz was giving homework to Noah, the content of the homework was obvious. Noah, who was keenly aware of Grave Vaz's intentions, frowned. Don't tell me you want me to use my contracted spirit to fight against a large number of magical beasts. With Noah's strength, it wasn't difficult to deal with a group of magical beasts. However, if he had to summon his contracted spirit to fight, it would be a different story. After all, Noah's contracted spirit couldn't be summoned at all. In response, Grave Vaz said indifferently, I've said it before. When you're in battle, your improvement speed is 1,000 times faster than normal. Grave Vaz looked at Noah meaningfully. Perhaps, only when you're in battle state will your amazing talent be displayed. After saying that, Grave Vaz turned around and walked away. Looking at Grave Vaz's back, Noah curled his lips. This hateful witch. When Noah arrived at the school square, what presented before him was chaos. Magical beasts that were as big as giant dinosaurs and had all kinds of strange appearances were madly colliding with each other with their naturally huge bodies. The place where they collided was naturally the school gate. Dong, 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 dong. With the fierce collisions of those magical beasts, heavy sounds vibrated in the air. However, the school gate wasn't attacked at all, because a thin layer of light screen blocked the attacks of those magical beasts. Ugh! The elven envoys of the Wind King Knight Legion stretched out their hands toward the gate. Their hands were shining brightly, and their bodies were surging with the phosphorescence that represented divine power. They seemed to be supporting something bitterly and constantly transmitting divine power. Ha! Ha! At the head of the Wind King Knight Legion, Alice also stretched out a hand. Halos undulated in her hand, setting off waves of divine power fluctuations. She was also supporting bitterly. That thin layer of light screen was the enchantment created by the Wind King Knight Legion's elven magic. Noah looked outside the school gate and clenched his elven hand. Chapter 959. At the head of the Wind King Knights, Alice continuously instilled her divine power into her hands. Together with her companions, she used the enchantment created by elven magic to block the attacks of the magical beasts. But that was all. Due to the fact that they could only block the attacks of the magical beasts by putting all their manpower on defense, the Wind King Knights could no longer spare any manpower to attack the magical beasts. They could only passively endure the attacks of the magical beasts. If this continued, it would be impossible to defend against the attacks of the magical beasts when the divine power of all the elves present was exhausted. At the thought of this, Alice couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If this continued, it definitely wouldn't work. Someone had to stand up and repel the continuous attacks of the magical beasts. Otherwise, in a battle of attrition, the Wind King Knights would definitely be the first to fall. However, once too many people were drawn out to attack the magical beasts, the enchantment that was constructed would also weaken, causing it to be breached by the magical beasts. Alice had no way to back down now. However, Alice also understood that there was no time to continue hesitating. At that moment, Alice gritted her teeth and made a decision in her heart. I'll leave this to you guys. Alice said loudly to the knights beside her, "I'll go crusade against the magical beasts." After saying that, Alice didn't give the knights any time to react. She immediately withdrew her divine power and dashed forward. Leader, the elven envoys of the knights were shocked. The number of magical beasts attacking from the direction of the elf forest was about 20 to 30. With such a number of magical beasts, even the elven knights of the Empire couldn't deal with them alone. Only the elven envoys at the level of the 12 knight generals had the ability to charge into such a group of magical beasts alone. Although Alice's results and strength in the Elven Academy were considered top-notch, and she wasn't inferior to those regular elven knights, she was still far from the level of the 12 knight generals. Going to crusade against so many magical beasts alone was definitely a dead end. It was impossible that Alice didn't know how dangerous this was. However, other than Alice, who was the leader of the Wind King Knights, who else was suitable to stand up at this time? Clang! Alice unsheathed the knight, sword at her waist, and charged towards the gate of the academy. She arrived at a place that was only separated from the magical beasts by a thin barrier of light. In the next moment, a surge of divine power surged from Alice's body, gradually turning into a whirlwind that swept into the air. A black figure slowly appeared in the middle of the whirlwind that had swept up into the air. "Come!" Alice raised one hand above her head, and her stern voice resounded throughout the entire space. "Magic Wind Elf, Smolf." As soon as the voice fell, the black shadow in the center of the whirlwind shook and a pair of wings suddenly spread out. Bang! Immediately, the whirlwind surrounding the black shadow was blown away, exposing the full appearance of the black shadow to the sunlight. It was an eagle. It was a very majestic eagle with turquoise body hair. That was Alice's contracted sprite. Magic Wind Elf, Smolf, a genuine high elf. Screech! With a sharp and resounding eagle cry, the magic wind elf named Smolf shot down from the sky. Against the gale, it gradually turned into an afterimage. Its speed was astonishingly fast. Brutal wind. As if their minds were connected, Alice raised one hand high and closed her eyes. The divine power all over her body converged on that raised hand, and she chanted an elven incantation like a ballad. "Bestow the magic spear that pierced through the heart of my archenemy to my hand." The magic wind elf that turned into an afterimage descended from the sky and turned into a whirlwind that suddenly landed on Alice's hand. A series of trembling sounds rang out from the ground. Whoosh! Gusts of gale swept in all directions. Alice only tightly grasped the whirlwind that landed on her hand, and with a spin, she faced the numerous magical beasts in front of her. And in Alice's hand, there was an extra spear. A spear that looked like it was used for rituals and ceremonies. Suddenly, Alice shouted and swung the ceremonial spear in her hand forward. Dong! A gust of gale suddenly appeared without any warning and turned into the most powerful wind wave. As if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, it surged forward violently. Bang! The magical beasts that were fiercely charging towards the gate of Elven Academy didn't have time to adjust their posture. Their bodies were directly penetrated through the barrier and hit by the gale that surged from the inside of the academy. As if they were hit by an invisible shockwave, they were all sent flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Alice dodged and leaped high into the air. She crossed the thin barrier and swept out of the gate. Wind, overturn my enemy. Alice, who leaped into the air, chanted an elven magic incantation in an extremely hurried tone and swung the ceremonial spear down heavily. Wind King Explosive Array. Still, there wasn't even the slightest sign. The astonishing gale turned into a wave of impact. Like a tornado descending from the sky, it was like a huge drill that fell to the ground. Against the whistling sound of the wind, it landed on the ground. Bang! The ground that was directly hit by the storm, with the tornado as the center, exploded in all directions, rolling up the sand and dust in the sky and bouncing the demonic beasts away again. This attack sent all the magical beasts that were attacking the gate of Elven Academy flying. At the same time, it also angered the magical beast that had fallen to the ground. Roar! With a loud beast roar, a magical beast that looked like a snake suddenly shook from the ground and turned into the most direct attack. Its huge body shot towards Alice in the air. Alice was shocked and hurriedly raised the ceremonial spear in her hand to block in front of her body. But the huge body of the snake-like beast wasn't something that a small spear could block. Bang! With a dull thud, Alice let out a pained grunt as she was sent flying. Resisting the huge impact and pain from her body, Alice squeezed out a sound. Gale blow. A slight gust of wind blew around Alice's body, but it was just enough to cause Alice's body to slowly come to a stop and float in the air. Swish! But at the same time, a huge tail suddenly lashed out from Alice's side. It cut through the air at an astonishing speed and landed heavily on Alice's body. Bang! With another muffled sound, a black shadow shot down from the air and smashed onto the ground, stirring up thick smoke and dust. Commander! Inside the academy, the Wind King Knights saw this scene with their own eyes and let out sorrowful cries. However, only Alice knew the truth. That blow didn't cause any harm to her at all, because, at the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared by Alice's side and pulled her into his arms. Then, he threw out an extremely powerful punch to meet the enormous tail that seemed to cover the sky and cover the sun. As a result, the person who took Alice into his arms shot down from the air due to the force of the collision. As for the huge tail, it was also blasted away. The owner of the huge tail was that snake-like magical beast just now. The gigantic magical beast that had been blasted away drew a perfect parabola in midair, and then fell into the large group of magical beasts in front of it, and was drowned by the rest of the magical beasts. Only then did Alice open her eyes. What was imprinted in Alice's eyes was a face that she hadn't seen many times, but was rather familiar with. You? Alice was stunned. The man who took Alice into his arms glanced at the magical beasts that were roaring at him, and a glint flashed across his dark and deep eyes. Leave the rest to me. With that, Noah put Alice down from his arms, and before Alice could react, he took steady steps and walked forward step by step. A burst of berserk divine might rose from the figure that was neither tall nor big, but it was abnormally tall and straight. Chapter 960. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, the roars of numerous magical beasts resounded through the sky, echoing throughout the entire Alicia Elven Academy. Rumble! Without any hesitation, the magical beasts that were blown away by Alice's storm once again gathered in groups. Like a violent wave, their heavy footsteps repeatedly stomped on the ground, and as the ground shook, they surged in Noah's direction. If they were to be drowned by the horde of beasts, it was likely that anyone would end up being trampled to death. However, Noah's expression did not change at all as he looked at the rather shocking group of magical beasts swarming towards him. Noah had already faced this scene countless times. In the world of the Dark Bullet, Noah had faced thousands of protozoan virus legions. In the world of the Godslayer, Noah had faced thousands of wolves released by Marquis Warband. In the world of looking for a chance encounter in a dungeon, Noah had also faced monsters that could be said to be an army of thousands of men and horses. Compared to those magical beasts, there were only 20 or 30 of them, and they were only able to create such a shocking scene because of their large size. They were not intimidating at all. As though he didn't see the horde of magical beasts charging towards him, Noah raised his hand and faced the front. Gazing at the complicated elven seal, Noah spoke softly as if he was talking to himself. I don't know what happened to you, and I don't know what your current situation is, but in the dream, I can feel that fearless emotion and extraordinary power you had when you fought the Demon King with your previous master. So, I believe that you must know about me, just like me. Noah's voice was strong and powerful as he said this. It doesn't matter if you're the legendary holy sword that killed the Demon King, or just an unknown elf. If you really know about me, then answer me, because I need you. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah clenched his outstretched hand into a fist. The endless divine power that surged around him gushed, toward the elven mark like a flood that was released from a dam. Cold Steel Queen, the holy sword that slays demons, become a sword of steel and bestow me with divine power. The elven language that represented the contract turned into a song that reverberated in the air. Clang! On the back of Noah's hand, the intricate elven seal bloomed with extremely bright light, illuminating the surroundings. Thus, the circuit to the elemental elven world was successfully established. In the past, Noah's summoning would always end in failure because he could not get a response from the elven contract in the elven world. However, this time, Noah clearly felt it. A faintly discernible presence appeared silently from the end of the circuit that connected the elven seal to the elemental realm and responded to Noah's call. Wonk. At this moment, the elven seal in Noah's hand burst out with lightning. In that lightning, dense light particles slowly gathered together and gradually condensed into form in Noah's hand. Immediately afterward, it was as if something had broken free from within, and the condensed light particles suddenly exploded. Bang! After a sound like glass breaking, the light particles that gathered in Noah's hand dissipated. However, a cold object appeared in Noah's hand and fell into his palm. Sword. It was a steel sword that was silver in color, inlaid with gold threads and crystals, and flowed with a layer of sacred silver light. On the blade of the steel sword, there were words inscribed in the ancient elven language: Terminus Estate, Protector of the World. Roar, 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 roar. The violent and chaotic roars of magical beasts rubbed against the air, causing the dangerous atmosphere to once again fill the entire space. Noah just raised his head and looked at the group of magical beasts charging at the forefront. A trace of coldness flashed across his deep eyes. Clang! A sword light that seemed to shake the world suddenly appeared in the space. It crossed the space at an amazing speed and directly swept toward the group of magical beasts charging at the forefront. Poochie! The group of magical beasts charging at the forefront was directly swept by the bright sword light. Accompanied by a clear tearing sound, their huge bodies were cut in half. Boom! The body of the magical beast that was cut in half fell heavily to the ground, causing a heavy sound and sand to fill the sky. The group of magical beasts, charging with their companions at the forefront, without any precaution were pulled down by the corpses that fell to the ground one after another. In a series of muffled landing sounds, they smashed to the ground one by one. This scene shocked all the elven envoys of the Wind King Knights, led by Alice, and they stood rooted to the ground in shock. Even Noah looked at the steel sword in his hand in surprise. At this time, the steel sword shining with silver light was flowing with a layer of holy light under the situation where Noah poured a lot of divine power into it. Holding the holy sword that killed the demon king tightly, Noah could even clearly feel that the sword in his hand had a very clear pulse, as if it had a life of its own. It was tightly integrated with Noah's divine power. Under such circumstances, the divine power that Noah poured into the holy sword all turned into its power. Although he didn't know what kind of ability this holy sword had, it was impossible for ordinary elves to have the power to kill more than half of the magical beasts with just one blow. Because the person who wielded the sword was Noah, only then did Noah know what kind of power the steel sword in his hand had. To put it bluntly, as long as there was enough divine power, Noah even had the confidence to split a mountain peak with the holy sword in his hand. Is this your power? Noah slowly closed his eyes, feeling the pulse and power of the holy sword in his hand, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. That's not all, right? Show me what you've got. The steel sword shining with silver light shook, as if responding to Noah's voice, and the holy light on it became more and more dazzling. Roar, 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 roar. At this time, those huge magical beasts stood up from the ground and rushed in from all directions toward Noah's direction. Whoosh! Noah maintained the state of closing his eyes, but with a step, his speed suddenly soared and flashed across the ground. The next second, the silver holy sword swept across the space and slashed at a magical beast beside him. Poochie! With the flash of the sword light, The huge magical beast body was cut into two. In the academy, the members of the Wind King Knights could only see a sword light flashing back and forth among the magical beasts, repeatedly sweeping across the space. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Every time that sword light flashed in the space and swept across the magical beast bodies, the huge magical beast would be cut into two at the waist. And the elf user who was waving the steel sword shining with silver light among the magical beasts kept his eyes closed, and his figure flashed back and forth nimbly. That scene was simply like an intoxicating dance. With Alice as the leader, all the members of the Wind King Knights were intoxicated by it. It didn't matter whether it was a male elf user. At this moment, Alice and the others were just admiring an intoxicating sword dance, and their hearts were brimming with emotions called touching. Unfortunately, that intoxicating sword dance appeared in a hurry and disappeared in an extremely hurry as well. When Alice and the others reacted, the world that was filled with the roars of the magical beasts and the tremors of the ground had unknowingly returned to silence. Those magical beasts that made the Wind King Knights badly battered all ended up dying without an intact corpse. The bodies that were cut in half at the waist were mixed together, and their original appearances couldn't be seen. Only the figure holding the steel sword shining with silver light was left standing in the middle of the magical beasts that had fallen to the ground. Under the rendering of the light of the holy sword, his figure was exceptionally sacred. Noah, who was immersed in his own world, opened his eyes and cast his gaze back to the silver holy sword in his hand. Looking at the sword inscription engraved on the holy sword, Noah opened his mouth slightly. World Protection Deity. Aster, the light circulating on the holy sword brightened slightly. It looked like it was responding to Noah's voice. Chapter 9:61. Alicia Elven Academy. In the dean's office, Gray and Vath were listening to Noah's report on the magical beast horde attacking the academy gate. Gray and Vath didn't think that Noah could repel the magical beast horde by himself. As mentioned before, if there were any elven users who could repel 20 to 30 magical beasts by themselves, it would only be the top elven users like the 12 Knights. Gray and Vath were not only the leader of the 12 Knights, but they were also known as the strongest elven user in the continent. To Gray and Vath, repelling a magical beast horde of that level wasn't a problem, let alone Noah, who was stronger than Gray and Vath. What Gray and Vath really cared about was Noah's progress as an elven user. Therefore, when she heard that Noah had summoned a contracted elf and turned it into the most suitable elven device for himself, the strongest elven user in the continent with the title of Twilight, which showed a satisfied expression. Apart from that, she also sighed. You can turn a contracted elf into the most suitable elven device for yourself after summoning it for the first time? Gray and Vath looked at Noah and said with a faint smile, "Sure enough, your improvement is the fastest when you're in battle mode." Hearing that, Noah curled his lips, but he also understood why Gray and Vath sighed like that. Although elven users could communicate with elves and exchange contracts to obtain the elves' power, it wasn't something that could be obtained effortlessly after contracting. Even after contracting elves, they still needed to study hard, practice, and practice to obtain power. For example, elven magic. As long as an elven user contracted an elf, they could use magic of the same attribute as the contracted elf. But being able to use and using were two completely different things. Only after going through rigorous elven magic training could an elven user use elven magic. The power that could be obtained after forming a contract with an elf was the same. Summoning elves required practice. Using elves required practice. Using elves' power required practice. In order to transform the elves into the most suitable elven magic device, one needed to cultivate as well. Let's just say that it happened in Alicia Elven Academy. Although Claire and Alice were able to use the elven equipment so easily, they thought that it was easy. In fact, in the entire Alicia Elven Academy, less than half of the students were able to use elven devices. Most of the senior students were able to use the elven device. However, in the lower grades, apart from Claire, Linley, and Alice, who were exceptionally talented in using elves and had contracts with high elves, less than 30% of the students in the lower grades had truly mastered the elven devices. However, in a battle situation, Noah, the God Slayer, would naturally grasp the method of battle. After summoning the contract spirit, as part of the instinct of the God Slayer, Noah understood what was the most suitable fighting style for him at that time. Therefore, in that instant, Noah naturally grasped the method to transform the elves into the most suitable elven device for him. All of this was due to the God Slayer's unparalleled talent in battle. Or rather, it could be said that it was his instinct and essence. Of course, Noah's amazing talent was also one of the reasons. If that's the case, there won't be a problem. Grey Vath heaved a sigh of relief, her expression more or less becoming dreamy. My goal can be achieved. After hearing Grey Vath's words, Noah remembered. Grey Vath had invited him to study in Alicia Elven Academy for a purpose. As for what that purpose was, Grey Vath had never mentioned it. No, it shouldn't be said that she didn't say it, but Grey Vath felt that it wasn't the right time to say it yet. Grey Vath had always been waiting for Noah's power in using elves to blossom. Now, Noah was finally able to use the elven device. Being able to use the elven device was an important step for an elven user to take charge of things. In other words, as an elven user, even if Noah wasn't outstanding, he could still be considered to have passed the test. Can you say it now? Noah asked. You were so kind to help me to solve the problem of my identity, and even gave me guidance in using elves. What is it for? Grey Vath was silent. Grey Vath picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. After a while, she said this. I want you to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony. Elven Sword Dance Ceremony? Noah frowned. Elven Sword Dance Ceremony. The ceremony to present the Sword Dance Ceremony to the Elven King. Grey Vath did so much for Noah just to let Noah participate in this ceremony. However, if this was really the case, then the question that Grey Vath asked about Noah's age when they first met would be answered. The power of an elven user would continuously decline after reaching its peak. The peak period of power development would be between the ages of 10 to 25. Therefore, the elves loved the things that young and pure elves offered the most. Therefore, the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony had a rule that only elves under the age of 20 could participate. This rule didn't only apply to the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony, but also to any important event where elves were sacrificed. Noah wasn't yet 20 years old, so he just happened to meet this rule. In 2 months, the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony will be held in the elemental elf world, Grey Vath said to Noah. I hope you can participate in the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony in 2 months and win. Why? Noah's frown deepened, and he asked directly, why do you want me to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony? Grey Vath was still silently sipping her coffee. After a while, she replied, not only can the winner of the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony fulfill a wish, but the country of the winner will also be protected by the Elven King, leading to the prosperity of the country. I hope you can represent the Ordesia Empire to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony. Isn't this reason enough? Noah didn't answer. He only looked straight at Grey Vath. Noah's intuition told him that this reason was very likely one of the reasons why Grey Vath wanted him to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony. There is also a very important reason that Grey Vath didn't say. Grey Vath didn't tell the truth, but she also didn't tell a lie. It was just that Grey Vath had a part of it. Was it because it would be bad if Noah found out? Or was it because of other reasons? Noah didn't know. However, Noah saw an emotion in Grey Vath's eyes that didn't avoid him. Uneasiness. Obviously, at the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony in 2 months, something that Grey Vath definitely didn't want to happen would happen. Therefore, Grey Vath wanted Noah to win in the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony to eliminate her uneasiness. As an elven user, your ability can only be considered passable, but your strength is quite amazing. Grey Vath looked straight at Noah. If it's you, you will definitely win. That's why I let you stay. This time, it was Noah's turn to be silent. Frankly speaking, just like during the Holy Grail War, Noah didn't think that winning in the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony would fulfill any of his wishes. Noah really didn't have any thoughts about the elven sword dance ceremony, and that meant that Noah didn't have a reason to participate. Similarly, there was also no reason not to participate. I understand. Noah sighed. I will participate in the elven sword dance ceremony in 2 months. Hearing this, Grey Vath smiled. If it was said that Grey Vath was relieved after knowing that Noah used the elven device, then now, Grey Vath really felt a little relieved. As for whether Noah could win, Grey Vath felt that even if it wasn't 100%, it would still be more than 70% to 80%. The remaining part was because of the elven sword dance ceremony itself. This time, the elven sword dance ceremony is a team competition, Grey Vath said. You still have to find your own teammates. Noah suddenly felt troubled. Teammates? In this academy, could he find teammates? Chapter 962. After walking out of the dean's office, Noah was deeply troubled as he walked outside. As the largest sacrificial ceremony to the 5 elven kings, the rules and methods of the Elven Sword Dance Festival depended on the mood of the elven kings. It was different every time. For example, the Elven Sword Dance Festival 15 years ago was an unrestricted battle where many people fought at the same time. The Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago was an individual battle. It was a one-on-one elimination match. As long as one defeated the opponent in front of them, they would be able to win until the end. This time, the Elven Sword Dance Festival would be held as a team competition. Every team had to gather 5 elven users to participate in the competition. Of course, it wasn't just gathering 5 elven users to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. At the very least, the elven users who represented the various kingdoms on this continent had to go through a special selection process. The Alesia Elven Academy, as the academy specially used to nurture elven users in the Elven Sword Dance Festival, received 3 spots to participate. In other words, only 3 teams in the Alesia Elven Academy could participate in this Elven Sword Dance Festival. For this reason, the Alesia Elven Academy would rank the students in the academy. In the period before the Elven Sword Dance Festival, the students were allowed to form their own teams and compete for ranking points using various methods decided by the academy. For example, if the students could win the team battle arranged by the academy, they would be able to obtain the corresponding ranking points. Another example was that the students could complete various missions that only elven users could complete. According to the level of the mission, they would also be able to obtain the corresponding ranking points. Finally, the top 3 teams on the ranking would obtain the right to represent the Alesia Elven Academy and the Alesia Elven Academy to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. They would then head to the Elemental Elf Realm and compete with the best elven users from all over the world. The problem was with the teams. Let's not talk about the fact that I've only been in this academy for less than half a month. Just look at those pure witches here. Who would want to team up with me? Noah sighed loudly. Grey Vaz, that witch really gave me a huge problem. Fortunately, Noah wasn't asked to form a team right away. Due to time, tacit understanding, compatibility, and other issues, the academy didn't have any special requirements. Only teams that had gathered 5 elven users could participate in the ranking. Even though he was alone, Noah was still able to participate in the group matches arranged by the academy and receive various missions from the academy. As long as he won the team competition and completed the mission of the corresponding level. Even if Noah was alone, he would still be able to obtain ranking points and rise to the top of the rankings. However, if they didn't manage to gather enough members before the start of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, they would be disqualified even if they were in the top 3. It's useless to worry about this problem now. Noah patted his cheeks. We can only let nature take its course. With this thought in mind, Noah walked towards the dormitory of the mole class where he currently lived. At this moment, Noah's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his eyes slowly narrowed. Retracting his foot, Noah slowly turned around and looked behind him. Almost at the same time that Noah turned around, an extremely pleasant laughter resounded in the air. Your senses are indeed very sharp. Just a glance at you would attract your attention. Appearing in front of you like this, It seems that it's impossible not to be noticed. The one who said this sentence with an extremely pleasant voice was a young girl. A young girl who sat on a tree branch at the side, looking down at Noah condescendingly. Noah raised his head and met the other's gaze, looking at the tree. She was wearing a dull, dark-colored gown. Beautiful black hair that reached her waist hung down behind her back. There was a bow on one side of her hair. Her skin was the kind that was the fairest, as smooth as a pearl. As for her appearance, it was as if she had walked out of a painting, perfect to the point of being impeccable. Such a young girl was sitting on a tree nearby, constantly sizing up Noah with an undisguised gaze and making a melodious voice that sounded like the tinkling of a bell. "You are more capable than I thought. I spent an entire night searching for a group of magical beasts, but you actually easily dealt with them." Noah slightly narrowed his eyes. As expected, the group of magical beasts attacking Alicia Elven Academy was controlled by someone behind the scenes. And that person, at this very moment, appeared in front of Noah without the slightest intention of hiding. Noah wasn't interested in the young girl's motive for doing this. Thus, Noah asked the question that he was most concerned about. "Who are you?" Noah directly looked at the young girl, who was as dark as the moonlight, his eyes fluctuating with some waves of surprise. "You're not human?" When this sentence came out, even the young girl was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled even more happily and said with a smile, "That's right, I'm not human. I'm an elf, the highest dark elf." Elf. Noah couldn't help but take another look at the young girl. The highest elf, existing in the form of a human, possessing powerful strength that even high elves couldn't reach. In the world of elemental elves, in terms of rank, other than the 5 elven kings, they were the highest elves. Noah had indeed read about this in a book. However, Noah really didn't expect that he would actually meet a humanoid elf of the highest rank. To elven users, elves weren't just companions who exchanged contracts. They were also a guarantee of strength. Without a contract, elven users wouldn't be so powerful that ordinary humans couldn't reach them. If others were to know that there was an elf of the highest rank here, it would definitely cause a huge commotion, right? And if this dark elf who appeared in the form of a human didn't have a master, then it wouldn't be as simple as causing a commotion. It would definitely cause the envy of all elven users. Under such circumstances, the young girl who called herself the highest dark elf suddenly jumped down from the tree. As if her body was weightless, she lightly landed in front of Noah. The distance was close enough to make one think of an intimate lover. With her hands behind her back, the highest dark elf bent down and looked up at Noah with her beautiful eyes. On her charming face hung a beautiful smile that would make one's heart drunk. In history, other than the Demon King, there hasn't been a second male elf user. Your existence really makes me feel very concerned. The dark elf girl reached out a hand and gently caressed Noah's cheek. Her eyes were also swaying, looking very delicate and pitiful. "If it wasn't for me, I believe that those who know would think that you're the Demon King's successor, right?" Hearing the dark elf girl's words, Noah only allowed the dark elf girl to caress his cheek. His eyes met the dark elf girl's swaying eyes without any ripples as he asked this question. "What do you mean by that?" "Very simple." The dark elf girl smiled mischievously. "I just want to say that if you're the Demon King, then there's no way I wouldn't know. So, I can be sure that you're definitely not the Demon King." As she said this, the smile on the dark elf girl's face grew wider and wider. She even looked at Noah with eyes full of curiosity, as if she wanted to strip him naked and study him thoroughly. "But why would you be the elf user if you're not the Demon King's successor? And why would the fate of the person who was supposed to be the Demon King be changed because of you? How can I not be curious?" Each sentence that made Noah feel inconceivable made Noah a little unhappy. "What are you talking about?" The dark elf girl didn't say anything. She just kept looking at Noah, as if she wanted to remember Noah's appearance forever. Also, as if she was deliberately teasing Noah, she moved away from Noah and turned in a circle in front of Noah. That scene was beautiful to the extreme. You'll find out sooner or later. A pair of pitch-black wings suddenly spread out from the dark elf girl's back. She flew into the air and smiled sweetly. "My name is Lastia, don't forget." After saying this, the girl turned into a pitch-black feather and disappeared in midair. Noah quietly looked in the direction the girl disappeared. Lastia. Chapter 963. In the dormitory of the mole class, in a room with a pink atmosphere, Alice was taking off the equipment and swords of the Wind King Knights. After casually placing them on the table, she sat on the sofa and hugged a cute doll, resting her head on it. In the past, after finishing the work of the Wind King Knights and returning to her dormitory, Alice would usually start training in culinary skills. This was because Alice was a very serious person. Although there were some old-fashioned parts due to being too serious, it was also because of this that Alice would honestly accept her immaturity. It could be said that her heart was very upright. This was also the reason why she would train in culinary skills. Alice's dream was to become an outstanding knight. However, while being a knight, Alice also clearly remembered that she was still a young girl. In this aspect, Artoria was different from Artoria, who had given up on being a young girl in order to become an excellent knight and a perfect ruler. Therefore, Alice felt that while she was constantly advancing as a knight, for the sake of her future partner, she had to advance as a young girl as well. Therefore, in her free time, Alice would train her culinary skills for her future husband. Today, Alice did not immediately start training in culinary skills, which was rare. In Alice's mind, she kept replaying the scene that had happened today. The scene of her being rescued by a man from the ferocious magical beast and lying obediently in his arms. Moreover, it was in the form of a Princess Carrie. Thinking of that scene, Alice's pretty face turned completely red, and her heartbeat quickened slightly. The only ones who could communicate with the fairies were the pure and innocent girls. In order to maintain the purity of their bodies and minds, as elven messengers, the witches were almost completely isolated from the male environment since young. They received all kinds of elite education as elven messengers and became super greenhouse flowers who were not used to contact the opposite sex. It was precisely because of this that Noah, a male elven envoy, had suddenly barged into an academy that only had pure and innocent girls. That was why he had caused such a huge commotion, and even caused the pure witches to be subconsciously fearful and curious. However, being pure also meant that they were easy to deceive. Only a little overly ambiguous contact would cause these young girls' hearts to sprout and their hearts to beat incessantly. Now, Alice was undoubtedly in this state. So he is so strong. While recalling the scene of her being rescued by Noah from the magical beasts, Alice could not help but think of Noah's leisurely and pleasing sword dance among the magical beasts. His sword dance somehow feels a little different from ours. The so-called sword dance originally referred to those battle techniques that were used to please the elves and were extremely pleasing to the eye. In order to unleash the full power of the elves, the elven messengers' battle techniques had to be closer to the sword dance. Otherwise, it was very likely that the contracted elves would not be able to unleash 100% of their power, or even be unable to control the contracted elves. For this reason, every elven user had to work hard on their battle techniques, so that their battle techniques would possess true battle prowess. At the same time, they also needed to have a ritual effect that could unleash the full power of the elven user. Alice, 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 Alice and Alice, Alice, Alice and Alice, Alice, Alice and Alice. Take Alice for example. If she had to divide her sword dance into a ratio, then the ratio of practicality to aesthetics was 50/50. This was also the ratio of ordinary elven messengers' sword dances. However, Noah's sword dance gave Alice the feeling that it was 100% practical, and even the aesthetics were 100% perfect. Alice had only seen such a perfect sword dance from one person before, Lena Subble. 3 years ago, she had become the champion of the Elven Sword Dance Festival, using her beautiful sword dance to conquer the hearts of almost all elven messengers and obtain the title of the strongest sword dancer. At that time, Alice was still young, but she had watched the Elven Sword Dance Festival and had also watched the sword dance of the strongest sword dancer. Thus, Alice had also been captivated by the sword dance of the strongest sword dancer. Noah's sword dance was completely different from Lena Subble's. If one were to say that Lena Subble's sword dance was beautiful, then Noah's sword dance was elegant and free. However, the sword dance of these two people had a kind of perfection. It was 100% practical and aesthetically pleasing, and there was no feeling of one aspect falling behind the other. That was the true sword dance. Alice thought so in her heart. At this moment, a voice sounded by Alice's ear. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice caused Alice, who was immersed in the memories of the morning, to shiver. Her hand almost subconsciously grasped the hilt of the knight sword beside the sofa, and she fiercely pulled it out, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind as she swung it towards the source of the voice. Clink! At the same time, a hand suddenly appeared by the side of the knight's sword. With a crisp sound, the thumb and index finger pinched the sharp blade of the knight's sword, stopping the sword in its tracks. Only then did Alice react and see the full appearance of the owner of the voice clearly. Impressively, it was the person that Alice had been blushing and her heart was beating fast. He, tightly pinching the sharp blade of the knight's sword, Noah looked at Alice and smiled insincerely. "Your way of greeting is still so special, Captain Knight." Being looked at by Noah with such a fake smile, Alice's pretty face turned red with a bang, and she stuttered. Why are you here? Why am I here?" Noah said helplessly. "I say, Captain Knight, you can't have forgotten that I was invited here by you, and that I'm temporarily staying with you, right?" Noah was right. Alice had indeed forgotten. Stay with me." Alice's face looked like it was boiling, and even steam was starting to come out. Stay with me. At this moment, Alice was in a complete mess. Thinking about how Noah had saved her from the hands of the magical beast in the morning, and how he had hugged her tightly, and then thinking about the fact that she was staying with Noah, Alice's heart felt like it was about to explode, beating violently. In such a situation, Alice could only yell at Noah with a flushed face. We're not staying with you. I'm sleeping in my own room. You're only sleeping on the sofa here. I didn't say we were sleeping together." The corner of Noah's mouth twitched, and he said strangely, "Why are you having such a big reaction?" It's none of your business." Alice hurriedly put away the knight sword that Noah was holding tightly, and hurriedly picked up the equipment on the sofa. I'm going back to my room." After saying this, Alice rushed into her room as if she was escaping, and with a loud bang, she shut the door tightly. Seeing this scene, Noah was speechless for a long time. What's going on? On the other side, Alice, who had shut the door tightly, leaned against the door and clutched her chest, feeling her intense heartbeat. Her face was filled with embarrassment and confusion. Why do I feel this way? Undoubtedly, I didn't feel this way yesterday. There must be a mistake somewhere. Alice could only plunge into her bed, hugging her pillow and squeezing out a moaning sound. The night passed by as Noah was at a loss and Alice's blushing heart was beating fast. The next day, Noah's first feeling when he woke up in a daze was confusion. This time, I didn't have the dream of the Saintess fighting the Demon King. With this doubt, Noah's mind gradually regained clarity. However, as Noah's mind gradually cleared up, he found something strange. For some reason, in Noah's arms, there seemed to be something round, soft, and smooth, very warm and comfortable. If he had to make a comparison, it was like the most advanced pillow. Noah had hugged similar things before. For example, Mila. For example, Lisanna. For example, Julie and Lilith. And for example, Kitten and Haztia, who often burrowed into Noah's bed. What's going on? Chapter 964. The extremely comfortable touch from his arms made Noah's somewhat fuzzy consciousness disappear in an instant, and he was completely awake. Without any hesitation, Noah suddenly tightened the quilt covering his body and pulled it open. With the sound of the quilt being pulled open, the scene that originally existed under the quilt was displayed in front of Noah. However, looking at the scene under the quilt, Noah's face was completely stiff. With a soft sound, something like the highest grade of pillow slowly straightened up from Noah's arms, and a silver-white color filled Noah's entire eyes in an instant. It was the color of waist-length hair that looked extremely elegant, like a waterfall hanging down to her waist. As if swaying, the extremely beautiful silver-white, long hair gently floated in front of Noah's eyes and then drooped down with gravity. It swayed in a circle of beautiful arcs and draped over a layer of skin. A layer of skin that was as white as pearls and as smooth as jade. Finally, it gave people a feeling that it was as smooth and beautiful as ivory. And with such waist-length silver-white hair and ivory-like smooth and beautiful skin, the petite girl sat up from Noah's arms and entered Noah's eyes instead of the silver-white hair and ivory-like skin. At this moment, Noah only felt that time had stopped, and even his breathing had stopped for a moment. It wasn't just because of the sudden appearance of such a petite and cute girl in his arms. It was also because the girl's slightly raised little face was so delicate that even Noah, who had seen many beautiful girls, couldn't help but feel suffocated. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this beautiful and petite girl who sat up from Noah's arms was naked. No, she wasn't completely naked. On the girl's pair of equally beautiful ivory-like thighs, she was actually wearing a pair of black over-the-knee socks. But in the case of almost naked, this pair of over-the-knee socks did not play any role in covering it all. Instead, it added an indescribable charm. Undoubtedly, it was such a petite girl wearing over-the-knee socks sitting in his arms. But Noah did not have any blasphemous thoughts. At this time, there was only a sense of beauty and inviolable holiness in Noah's heart, as if a fairy appeared in front of him. As a result, Noah could only look at the beautiful girl sitting in his arms with a stiff face, unable to speak for a long time. It was not as if Noah had not encountered the same situation before. After all, in the world of absolute dual blades, Julie and Lilith slept in Noah's arms more than once, making Noah usher in a wonderful morning. Therefore, Noah thought that he had long been used to the same scene. Until now, Noah knew that the so-called habit was just because the really impactful things had not appeared in front of him yet. Even if he was used to beautiful things, when he saw new, beautiful things, humans would involuntarily be moved from the bottom of their hearts. However, in addition to being moved, Noah was also shocked by the impact of the sudden things in front of him. In such a situation, Noah didn't know how to react at all. For a while, he could only stiffen his face and fall into a state where he couldn't react. Unfortunately, time didn't really stand still. When Noah fell into a state where he couldn't react, the petite girl who sat up from Noah's arms, only wearing over-the-knee socks on her thighs, tilted her head, swaying with an inexplicable expression. A pair of pitiful eyes stared at Noah and spat out such a sentence without ripples. "Have you woken up?" The girl's voice wasn't the kind of clear and crisp water droplets that matched her appearance, but carried a somewhat steady bass. This voice couldn't be said to be not cute, but it didn't contain any emotions or fluctuations in it, making people feel cold. It was this cold and indifferent voice that caused Noah to shudder and come to his senses. "You?" Noah's first reaction was to sit up. However, because the beautiful girl with silvery white waist-length hair was sitting on Noah's waist, when Noah sat up, the distance between his face and the extremely beautiful and tender face was infinitely close. Looking at the delicate face that suddenly enlarged in front of him, Noah's heart was shocked. He quickly raised his head and opened up a distance, his heart beating slightly faster. Noah had to admit, he hadn't been so embarrassed for a long time. What made Noah even more embarrassed was that seeing Noah raise his head and open up a distance, the beautiful and delicate girl, like a doll, actually moved her head closer and slightly raised her eyes, letting a pair of flickering eyes meet with Noah's eyes. "What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well?" No. Noah's voice became a little strange. "I'm not feeling unwell. I'm very comfortable." As soon as this sentence came out, Noah fiercely slapped himself, making a very clear and loud sound. This slap made Noah calm down a little, but also made the beautiful girl show a puzzled expression and asked innocently, "Why did you hit yourself, Master?" "I just wanted to calm myself down a little." Noah smiled embarrassedly, then immediately reacted and said in surprise, "Master?" "Yes." The beautiful girl with silvery white hair nodded and said, as if it was a matter of course, "You're my master. I'm your master." Noah hadn't completely understood the meaning of this sentence, and then, on the back of his left hand, a sharp tingling sensation was transmitted to his nerves. That sharp tingling sensation came from Noah's elf mark. Feeling the sharp tingling sensation, Noah finally understood. "You." Noah looked at the girl in a daze. "You're not my contracted elf, are you?" "Yes." The beautiful girl with silvery white hair answered expressionlessly, "I am your contracted elf, and also your sword. You are my contractor, and also my master." Saying such a sentence, the holy sword elf who had killed the demon king in the past moved in the direction of Noah and covered Noah's left hand with the elf mark with an ice-cold little hand. Looking straight at Noah, some indescribable emotions emerged in her eyes. "I hereby swear that your life will be protected by me, and the enemies that obstruct you will be eliminated by me." The holy sword elf who had been sealed for hundreds of years tightly held Noah's hand and said softly, "So, please don't die before me." From this sentence, Noah actually heard a kind of pleading, and from the pitiful eyes of this elf in front of him, Noah also saw a kind of pleading emotion. Noah didn't know why he had such emotions, but for some reason, in Noah's heart, there was also a kind of sadness that emerged. At this moment, the figure of a girl appeared in Noah's mind. She held a steel sword that shone with silver light in her hand, and had long hair that was as beautiful as golden sand. She was called the Saintess of Salvation by later generations, the girl who saved the entire continent. However, the young lady's figure gradually dimmed. As if she was planning to disappear from this world, bit by bit, she dimmed down. Following the disappearance of the Saintess of Salvation, the sadness in Noah's heart became more and more intense. This kind of emotion caused Noah to hold the delicate hand of the holy sword elf. "Dash." Just as Noah was about to reply, the sound of something heavily hitting the ground rang out. He saw Alice, who was standing at the door of her room, staring blankly at Noah and the holy sword elf who were tightly pressed together on the sofa. Her eyes were filled with an expression of disbelief. At Alice's feet, the knight's sword that she didn't have time to wear at her waist fell to the ground with its scabbard, causing the sound from just now. Seeing this scene, the corner of Noah's mouth twitched. He could already foresee what was going to happen next. I misjudged you." As expected, Alice picked up the knight's sword from the ground with tears in her eyes and fiercely pulled it out. "You shameless person." Suddenly, in Alice's room, there was a burst of noise that didn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 965. Sigh. Walking in the vast atrium of the Elven Academy, Noah was still sighing about a rather bad and noisy morning. However, that was also something that couldn't be helped. Originally, Noah was already the target of all the pure and innocent young girls in this academy. In the end, such a person was closely attached to a naked, beautiful girl. It would be really strange if it didn't cause a commotion. Of course, the commotion was caused, but it was left unsettled in the end. Although Alice seemed to be very excited, it was also because of this that Noah, who felt that the girl wouldn't listen to anything, could only imitate the method he used to meet Alice for the first time. He tied Alice up and threw her in the dormitory before coming out of the dormitory. Probably now, the Knights and the Wind King Knights should have gone to the Mole-class dormitory to find Alice and liberate her, because the leader had not arrived for a long time. However, Noah still remembered the expression on Alice's face when he had tied her up and thrown her into the dormitory. When he had walked out of the dormitory, Alice had looked at him in the last moment. That expression was simply like looking at her husband, who had cheated on her. It was full of resentment. Sigh. Thinking of this, Noah couldn't help but sigh. Looking at Noah like this, the elven girl who had been following Noah obediently like a small animal spoke. "Master, did I make you angry?" In broad daylight, this elven girl who suddenly appeared naturally couldn't appear naked like in the dormitory. Although there was no other man in Alicia Elven Academy other than Noah, it still took a lot of courage to run naked under the sun, under the eyes of others. The elven girl didn't feel ashamed in this regard. But Noah didn't dare to imagine what kind of eyes others would look at him with when they saw a naked, beautiful, and delicate girl following beside him. Therefore, when Noah wanted to take out a set of clothes from his treasury for the elven girl to use, the elven girl transformed her own clothes. It was the same uniform as the students in the Elven Academy. The pure white uniform matched the elven girl's originally fair skin and silver-white waist-length hair. For some reason, it had a particularly perfect feeling. As a result, many students in the surroundings frequently looked over here, pointed at the elven girl, and screamed uncontrollably. That appearance was as if they had seen an extremely cute doll, and only two hearts jumped out of their eyes. Unfortunately, with such a cute and beautiful girl by his side, it also made the surrounding students look at Noah with a hint of fear in their eyes. Come to think of it, these students must have thought that the elven girl was the prey that Noah had abducted, right? Noah could only suppress the sigh that surged in his throat for the third time. He shook his head, dispelled other thoughts, and looked at the elven girl. "Don't worry, I'm not you, but how should I call you?" "Aster." The elven girl answered without hesitation. "You can call me that in human language, but my full name can't be said in human language. If you say it in elven language, it will be World Protector Terminus Estate." The elven girl. Aster's words made Noah recall the inscription on the holy sword in the hands of the Saintess of Salvation he saw in his dream. The sword inscription on the holy sword was engraved with the words Terminus Estate, World Protector, in the elven language. In other words, Noah said with some uncertainty, "Are you really the legendary demon slayer that killed the Demon King?" "Yes." Aster's voice became slightly heavy. "Master, you know about me too. I should say, on this continent, there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't know about you, right?" Noah scratched his cheek. "But because I couldn't summon you, I shared the dream of you and the Saintess of Salvation fighting the Demon King together. So, I should know more about you than those who only know about you in legends, right?" But Noah didn't expect that the elven contract that shared the dream with him was actually the highest elven form in human form. One had to know that the highest level elves in human form were extremely rare even in the world of elemental elves, let alone in this world. To put it bluntly, it would be hard for others to see such a highest elven form in their lifetime. In Noah, not only did he see one yesterday, but his own contract elven form was also the highest elven form. This was really unexpected, but this also explained why Noah's strength increased so much when he used Aster's elven device. Aster's strength was indeed very strong. From Noah's point of view, Aster's strength, if calculated by the Grade A relic, was at least the highest grade of Grade A relic. It was no wonder that the Saintess of Salvation could defeat the Demon King, who controlled the 72 pillar elves with such a holy sword. It was not without reason. But why couldn't I summon you before? Noah was puzzled. Could it be that there was a problem on your side? As soon as he said this, Aster stopped in his tracks. Noah immediately stopped and looked at Aster. Aster also looked at him. Then, Aster looked straight at Noah and said, "There was a problem. I did encounter some problems, and it was all because of Master." "Because of me?" Noah was stunned. Although I don't know why, I am sure. Aster slowly extended his hand and placed it on Noah's chest. His gaze was fixated on Noah's body. His eyes flickered with an expression that made one's heart flutter like water. "Master, you have the same strength as me." "Same strength?" Noah was even more puzzled. "What do you mean? Didn't you say that when you contracted with me?" The light in Aster's eyes became more and more intense. There was even a trace of hope in his eyes. "You said that not only can your body reflect all magic, but you're also immune to all kinds of negative energy, including tempering, petrification, weakness, poison, and even curses. They're all useless against you." Could it be that it's not true? At this moment, Noah could clearly feel it. In Aster's eyes, there was a strong sense of uneasiness. That sense of uneasiness was as if he was worried that Noah was lying to him. Of course, Noah was not lying to Aster. I do have a body that is different from ordinary people. Noah smiled. No matter if it is magic or other negative energy, it is useless against me. Is that so? The uneasiness in Aster's eyes gradually disappeared and turned into relief. That's good. What's wrong? Noah asked curiously. Is there a problem with my body? No, there is no problem. Rather, I am very happy that you have such a body. Aster shook his head and looked at Noah again. With such a body, you are destined to be the master of me, the world's strongest sword spirit. The strongest sword sprite. Noah blinked his eyes. In other words, you are the strongest among the steel attribute sword spirits, right? Yes, master, Aster said softly. I am the strongest sword spirit. Just like you, I have the highest level of curse resistance that can nullify all magic and negative energy. As long as you are willing, I can even break the contract between other elves, cut apart any elven magic, and remove any curse. This is my ability. You have such an ability? Noah was stunned at first, then laughed bitterly. Then we are indeed a good match. So, you are destined to be my master. Aster clenched a small hand and placed it in front of him while looking at Noah. Perhaps I'm also destined to be your master. Noah was a little embarrassed by Aster's straightforward confession. At the same time, Noah's heart was filled with doubts. Even if his body was very similar to Aster's ability, it should not be to the extent of destined to be your master, right? In addition to Aster's previous performance, Noah felt that there must be other reasons for Aster to say such words. There must be other more important and heavier reasons. Chapter 966. Although he didn't know what Aster was hiding, Noah was certain that it wasn't something that could be casually mentioned. Thus, Noah didn't pursue the matter further. But Aster's ability made Noah even more certain that this girl who claimed to be the strongest sword spirit was the legendary demon slayer. Until now, there was still a legend on the continent that the Saintess of Salvation's holy sword pierced through the demon king's heart, destroying the spirit mark on the demon king's body and releasing the 72 spirit pillars that the demon king commanded. If Aster really had that level of resistance to curses, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to break other people's elven mark. And just like what Aster said, Noah also had the same level of curse resistance. The difference was that Aster's resistance to curses was more towards actively eliminating them rather than passively enduring them. And Noah's curse resistance could only be used on his own body and couldn't be released on his own. For example, when others used spirit magic, unless it landed on Noah's body, it wouldn't be nullified. But Aster could actively eliminate the spirit magic of others and even break the curse on others. She could destroy the spirit mark and release the contracted spirit of a spirit envoy. The difference between the two was that one was active while the other was passive. Of course, this was only Aster's ability. When Aster turned into a spirit device, that was when Noah could display his true strength as a spirit envoy. At this time, Noah suddenly realized something. Because Aster had the highest level of curse resistance, she could even eliminate the spirit mark of others. In that case, wouldn't Noah, who also possessed the highest level of resistance to curses and could repel all spells cast on his body regardless of whether they were good or bad, also be unable to brand an elven mark and form a contract with the elves? It seems that Master has already thought of the reason why I can't respond to your summon. Aster seemed to have seen through Noah's thoughts and said so. Master's resistance to curses is different from mine. Not only can it not be used on its own accord, it can only be used as a part of its constitution. It can also repel any spell that is used on the body, whether it is beneficial or not, including the contract with the elves. Hearing this, Noah couldn't help but blame himself for forgetting this. But Noah couldn't be blamed. In the world of Type Moon, when Noah participated in the Holy Grail War, he successfully formed a contract with a servant and became a master. But at that time, because of the power of the Holy Grail, Noah's body with curse resistance was able to be branded with a command curse and successfully formed a contract with Writer. Without the power of the Holy Grail, a pure magic crystal like command curse wouldn't be branded on Noah's body and let Noah successfully form a contract with a servant. This time, he wasn't so lucky as there was a Holy Grail to interfere. As a result, the contract between Noah and the elf would naturally be bounced off by Noah's body that was resistant to foul curses and wouldn't take effect. Fortunately, I have the same resistance to this curse as Master, so I was able to form a contract with Master. Aster explained. But in order to successfully brand the spirit mark on Master, my power was almost completely exhausted, so I didn't even have the power to maintain my form and fell into a state of deep sleep. So I couldn't respond to Master's summon. This caused Master to be unable to use me. This time, Noah finally understood what was going on. Then it's really like what you said. It's all because of me. Noah sighed and looked at Aster. Then, have you recovered your power? Yes. Yesterday, it was still a bit difficult. However, when Master summoned me and turned me into the fairy device, he poured a large amount of divine might into me. I have already absorbed enough divine might to recover all of my strength. Aster nodded. Under normal circumstances, when my power was exhausted to that extent, it would take me 1 or 2 years to recover to the point where I could maintain my form. Who knows how long it would take to recover all my power, but Master's divine aura was too abundant. I only absorbed a part of it, and almost all my power was recovered. Today, I have already recovered to my peak. Oh, Noah's heart skipped a beat. In other words, when I used you yesterday, wasn't all of your power? Aster nodded silently, making Noah smile. Very good, Aster. Noah held Aster's hand. Then let me feel how much power you have. I am Master's sword. Aster held Noah's hand. Although his tone was light, there was a sense of determination. Everything is as you wish. Noah held Aster's hand in a thicket in Alicia Elven Academy. They entered the thicket and arrived at a lawn covered with grass. Then, they surveyed their surroundings. This was the place where the students of the Elven Academy who liked peace and quiet would rest after class. Because it was still morning, most of the students had already gone to class. Naturally, there was no one here. Then, here it is. Noah turned his head and looked at Aster. I'm counting on you, Aster. Yes. Aster held Noah's hand tightly and closed his eyes. At the same time, Noah also closed his eyes. The source of divine aura in his body immediately surged with energy and poured into Aster's body through his arm. Cold Steel Queen, holy sword that slays demons and demons, turn into a sword of steel and bestow me with divine power. When the contracted elven incantation sounded from Noah's mouth, on the back of Noah's hand that was tightly holding onto Aster's little hand, the intricate intertwined elven inscriptions like swords suddenly lit up. Aster's body began to emit a dazzling silver light and gradually turned into light particles in the silver light and gathered in Noah's hand. It didn't take long for the shining silver holy sword to appear in Noah's hand. Noah held it tightly in his hand. Demon Slayer, the highest grade elven equipment created by the strongest sword elves. Its power was even capable of freeing the 72 spirit pillars that King Solomon had enslaved. Now, this power had fallen into Noah's hands after the Saintess of Salvation's inheritance. Noah did not open his eyes. Instead, he maintained the state of slowly pouring divine aura into the demon slayer and communicated with Aster in his mind. Aster, how do you feel? My condition is very good. Aster's unique low and cold voice sounded in Noah's mind. It's just that Master is using the elven equipment for the second time and has not completely familiarized himself with using me. The infusion of divine aura is only blindly output and does not coordinate with my divine aura, causing the power to be slightly unstable. Is that so? Noah nodded inwardly. Coordinate with your divine aura. With that said, Noah began to adjust the output frequency of his divine might ability. He communicated with the demon slayer at the deepest level, gradually familiarizing himself with the flow of divine might energy in the demon slayer. Then, he instilled his own divine might energy into it at a certain frequency and merged with it. Under such circumstances, the radiance of the demon slayer became more and more dazzling. "That's it, Master." Aster's voice sounded at the right time. "Slowly feel my inner body. Not only the divine aura, but also the heart. This way, we will be able to display the strongest power." This was where the strength of elven messengers and contracted elves lay. Normally, when summoned, the elves would only attack under the control of the elven messengers. However, once the elves transformed into the elven equipment of the elven messengers and contracted elves would be able to fuse their divine auras together and display a power greater than 1+1. Chapter 9, 67. With Aster's cooperation, he channeled his own holy aura into the demon slayer. Feeling the power of the demon slayer, Noah slowly understood the wonders of the elf device. Unlike normal weapons or even noble artifacts, the elf device was formed by the elf user's contracted elf. Not only did it have life, but it could also cooperate with the elf user. It could also combine the holy aura of both the elf user and the contracted elf to unleash a stronger power than either of them alone. Other elf devices aside, Noah's demon slayer was the elf device formed by the strongest sword elf. In terms of quality and power, in Noah's opinion, it was comparable to the highest level noble artifact in the Gate of Babylon. It might even be better than that. At the very least, the demon slayer was definitely not weaker than the Excalibur. The power of both of them was probably on the same level. However, the elf device and noble artifacts were weapons of different natures. Although the demon slayer was not weaker than the Excalibur, that was only in terms of overall grade. If the Excalibur released its true name and unleashed the true killing power of the City Slayer relic, its power would definitely be stronger than the Demon Slayer relic. However, in its normal state, when it was not releasing its real name, Noah's Excalibur would not be able to compare to the Demon Slayer. For example, Gilgamesh's parting sword was known as one of the strongest noble artifacts, but that was only when it released its real name and unleashed the power that could cut the world apart. If it were to directly use the parting sword to slash someone, that strange noble artifact might not even be as good as an E-grade noble artifact. It was the same logic. Although Excalibur's attack could be said to be extremely destructive when Noah's true name was released, it was just an extremely sharp sword that could cut through iron as if it was mud when Noah's true name was not released. It would not increase Noah's strength at all. The Demon Slayer, on the other hand, was able to merge with Noah's mind. They were compatible with each other, combining the divine power of both the elf user and the contracted elf to unleash a powerful force. After all, although Noah had endless holy aura, its damage output was limited. Although Aster's holy aura was not as terrifying as Noah's, in terms of damage output, it was almost the same as Noah's. This could be seen from the tug-of-war between Noah and Aster's holy aura when they first formed a contract. Under such circumstances, the power of Noah and Aster's holy aura combined together would naturally be stronger than an extremely sharp sword that could cut through iron like it was mud. This might sound a little confusing, but it was actually easy to understand. Let's make an assumption. If Noah's usual strength was assumed to be 100, then with the Excalibur, Noah's strength would increase to 120. However, when Noah released the real name of the Excalibur, Noah's strength would reach 1,000. One could only imagine his strength. Similarly, if Noah's usual strength was assumed to be 100, then with the Demon Slayer, Noah's strength would reach 500. When the real name of the Excalibur was released, the Demon Slayer would not be able to compare to the Excalibur. However, when the real name of the Excalibur was not released, the Demon Slayer would definitely be stronger than the Excalibur. Noah remembered that in his Gate of Babylon, there seemed to be a noble phantasm similar to the Demon Slayer. Indestructible Lake Aroundite. That was the noble phantasm of Lancelot, the most famous knight in the Knights of the Round Table under the Night King Artoria. It was a pair with the Excalibur. Both of them were entrusted to the humans by the lake's spirits. They had the same origin as the Excalibur, and their tenacity was comparable to that of the Excalibur. It was a noble phantasm that would never be destroyed. When using this noble phantasm, whether it was strength, durability, agility, magic, or luck, all of the wielder's ability points would increase by 1 level. Moreover, because this noble phantasm had a legend of killing a dragon, it could also deal additional damage to opponents with dragon attributes. In terms of level, the Indestructible Lake was also a grade A++ noble phantasm. However, this noble phantasm did not require the real name to be released. As long as it was used, it would increase the wielder's strength. The Demon Slayer and the Indestructible Lake could be considered to be similar types of weapons. However, because the Demon Slayer had a life of its own, Aster had taken the initiative to cooperate with Noah, and with the addition of the Holy Aura, the Demon Slayer was stronger than the Aroundite in terms of amplification. Moreover, the sharpness, precision, and toughness of the Demon Slayer were all determined by the amount of divine energy that Noah, the elf, imbued into it. With Noah's divine might and energy, with the Demon Slayer in hand, Noah would even dare to fight Tony, who had the authority of Silver Hand Laceration and Steel Barrier. Of course, whether or not he could win after going all out was another matter altogether. Of course, that was under the condition that he could perfectly utilize Aster's strength. Now, Noah's control and cooperation with Aster had yet to reach a perfect level. As a result, under Aster's guidance, Noah spent the entire day familiarizing himself with the Demon Slayer. That's all for today. When the sky started to turn yellow, Noah stretched and said to Aster, who was beside him, "I'm sorry, Aster, for letting you accompany me for so long. I am Master's sword," Aster said expressionlessly. "Other than Master, I have no reason to spend my time elsewhere." "You can't say that." Noah squatted down and looked at Aster's beautiful eyes. He extended his hand and patted Aster's head. "Aster is not only my sword, but also a spirit with consciousness and willpower. Spirits should be free and unrestrained, dancing and frolicking among the flowers. I also wish to see you, Aster, happy." Hearing this, Aster's eyes moved slightly, but she did not say anything. But, feeling the warmth of Noah's hand on her head, Aster revealed a nostalgic and sad expression. "My previous master, Alicia Edith, also used to pat my head like this." Noah's hand that was patting Aster's head paused for a moment, then continued to pat Aster's head in an even gentler way. "Then does Aster like this?" Aster did not say anything and only closed her eyes. Her expressionless face revealed a trace of undetectable enjoyment, which told Noah the answer. Noah smiled and didn't stop. He kept stroking Aster's head. A warm atmosphere began to spread. Chapter 968. Not only did the Elven Academy have an elven forest, but it also had an academy city. If the Elven Academy was a castle on a mountain, the Elven Forest was a forest that covered the entire mountain, and the Academy City was a town at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps it would be easier to understand. However, the distance between the Elven Academy and the Academy City wasn't very long. Therefore, usually, as long as there was a holiday or free time, the students of the Elven Academy would come here for leisure and entertainment. Of course, the premise was that the young ladies of the Academy weren't afraid of men. Most of the students were extremely pure and didn't dare to come into contact with men. Unless it was a group activity, very few students of the Elven Academy would come to the Academy City alone to play. Fortunately, there was Academy City here, so the young ladies of the Elven Academy wouldn't really have no chance to come into contact with men. Otherwise, those young ladies wouldn't just be pure and innocent. They might not dare to come into contact with unfamiliar men for the rest of their lives. At this moment, when the sky was starting to turn yellow, in a corner of the Academy City, on a high platform for tourists to enjoy the scenery of the Academy City, a young lady descended from the sky. Her alluring toes lightly touched the ground before her entire foot landed firmly. The young lady with a pair of pitch-black wings on her back raised her head, exposing her delicate face to the setting sun. If Noah was here, he would definitely recognize her. This young lady with a pair of pitch-black wings on her back was the highest-ranked dark elf called Lestia. Lestia put away the pitch-black wings on her back and opened her eyes that had been tightly shut. She cast her gaze to the front of the platform. There, a figure could be seen standing there. It was a figure who was about the same height as Lestia. She wore an exotic costume that resembled that of a witch. Her long black hair reached her waist, and as the wind blew, her long hair and long sleeves fluttered in the wind. Looking at this figure, Lestia smiled sweetly. "You're late, Lotus." The young lady called Lotus didn't turn around. She was still looking forward, but her tone was as calm as an ancient well. "It's not that I'm late, but you suddenly left my side and came here early." Hearing the words of the girl she called Lotus, Lestia smiled innocently. "I can't help it. I'm just too curious about that male elven envoy named Noah Dole." Apart from King Solomon, throughout the entire history of the continent, Noah was the only male who was able to communicate with elves and form a contract with them. Therefore, after Gray and Vath invited Noah, a male elven envoy, to study in Alicia Elven Academy, Noah's name was destined to spread throughout the continent. Everyone knew about him. Although it had only been half a month or so since Noah had come to this world, it was not enough for his name to be known by everyone. But at the very least, those who were well-informed already knew of Noah's existence. Not to mention, Noah's name had already begun to spread throughout the cities of Alicia Empire. Lotus and Lestia happened to be in Alicia Empire. Of course, these two girls also knew of Noah's existence. As soon as you heard the name Noah Dole, you immediately suggested coming here, Losti said with a teasing look on her face. "For what I can remember, this is the first time you've been interested in a man, right? Aren't you the same?" Lotus replied without turning her head. "As for my idea of coming here, you agreed without hesitation. You even rushed here before me. Doesn't this prove that you're very interested in that man?" "That's true." Lestia's smile slowly faded as she spoke with a complicated expression. "After all, to you and I, a male elven envoy like Demon King Solomon cannot be ignored. You only care about why he's not a demon king, but can become an elven envoy as a male, right?" Lotus was silent for a moment before speaking with a complicated expression. "And to me, from the moment I was born, my fate has already changed because of that man." As she said this, Lotus pressed a hand on her heart. She felt the throbbing that did not belong to her and suddenly said this. "If your destiny is to guide a male elven envoy like Demon King Solomon, then wouldn't it be better to follow that man?" And here I thought you were going to say something. Lestia was startled at first, but soon smiled and held Lotus' hand. "Listen carefully, Lotus. My destiny is not to guide a male elven envoy, but to guide the inheritor of the Demon King's power. And you are the Demon King." Lestia emphasized each word. "I'm the highest-ranking dark elf in charge of guiding the existence of the Demon King, so no one knows better than me that you are the Demon King's successor. But I am only a person with the Demon King's power in my body." Lotus sighed. "The Demon King should be a male elven envoy. I have only inherited his power, but I am not a man. I am not destined to become the Demon King. Whether or not you will become the Demon King is not important. Whether or not you are a male elven envoy is also not important. What is important is that you have the Demon King's power in your body. That is enough." Lestia smiled. "Now, I'm even more curious. What is the reason that allowed a female like you to inherit the Demon King's power that should have been inherited by a male?" In this world, no one understood Lotus better than Lestia. In fact, Lotus did not have a name at first. When Lotus was born, a certain power in her body was awakened for some unknown reason. Lotus' parents, who were ordinary people, saw her as a monster and abandoned her in fear. Because of this power, Lotus was taken in by an orphanage. That was not an ordinary orphanage. It was not even marked on the map. It was a training facility for assassins that could not be exposed to the light of day. Teaching Institute. It was a secret organization that found witches with the potential to become elven envoys from all over the continent and gave them special training to cultivate outstanding assassins. When Lotus was abandoned, such an organization had noticed the power within her body and brought her back. As Lotus grew up, she gradually grasped this power. Then, in the teaching yard, she encountered the legendary fairy that was sealed away, the highest-ranking dark elf Lestia. She was once owned by the Demon King Solomon and had the fate of guiding the Demon King's successor. Lestia still remembered the first time she met Lotus. She saw Lotus use her power as if it was her own arm. Other than shock, there was only disbelief. No one knew better than Lestia, the Demon King's guide, what kind of power it was. That was a power that should have been inherited by a male elf envoy like Demon King Solomon. However, as a genuine young girl, Lotus somehow inherited this power for some unknown reason. More importantly, the power in Lotus' body should not have been awakened so easily. However, Lotus had naturally awakened this power the moment she was born. She did not even need Lestia's guidance to control this power. On the contrary, it was Lotus. This young girl seemed to be well aware of why she had such power, why she could naturally awaken this power, and why she could freely control it. She remained silent the entire time. Lestia, who was extremely curious about this, chose to stay by Lotus' side. Then, 4 years ago, a mysterious incident caused the Teaching Institute to be razed to the ground in a single night. At that time, the young girl took the opportunity to escape with Lestia. After a series of twists and turns, the young girl participated in the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago and received a name that truly belonged to her. Do you want to see him? Lestia suddenly smiled. Lotus Asubble, the young girl, who was known as the strongest sword dancer, slowly nodded her head. A terrifying light flashed in her eyes. Chapter 969. Contract Elves. In a pink room in the mole-class dormitory of the Alessia Elven Academy, Alice looked at Aster, who was expressionless beside Noah, in shock. She could not believe that this cute girl was an elf. However, this was not strange. The highest elves in human form were very, very rare. Many elven envoys spent their entire lives trying to form a contract with the highest elves in human form, but they could not find one. In the end, they could only wait until their powers as elven envoys declined to nothing as they grew older, and they had no choice but to accept this regret. Of course, it did not mean that elves who did not exist in human form could not be the highest elves. For example, Gray and Vaza's magical elves were also the highest elves, but they did not exist in human form. However, elves who were not in human form were not necessarily the highest elves, but elves in human form were definitely the highest elves. Now, in front of Alice, there was such an existence in human form. She was definitely the highest elven existence. How could Alice not be shocked? You don't believe me? Noah rolled his eyes. Then do you want to see Aster's elven magic device form? That's not necessary. Alice frowned and glared at Noah. But even if it's a contracted elf, there's no reason to be naked and hug her master, right? Hearing this, before Noah could say anything, Aster lifted his head and suddenly said, "Don't worry. I'm not naked. I'm wearing these socks." Alice was speechless, and Noah also remembered. Indeed, although in the morning, Aster, who got in his bed, was basically in a state of naked, he still wore these socks. But why are you only wearing these socks? Noah could not help but complain. Isn't that worse than not wearing anything? She didn't wear any clothes, but only wore knee-high socks. Coupled with Aster's pitiful and peerless beauty, it really made one's heart beat faster than not wearing anything. However, after hearing Noah's words, Aster's expressionless face suddenly showed a hint of hesitation and an imperceptible blush. "Moss, Master actually wants to see me without any socks?" No, even Master can't." Seeing Aster's shy look, Noah was surprised, and at the same time, speechless emotions began to fill his heart. She did not feel shy when she was naked, but she felt shy when she did not wear any socks. What logic of shame was this? As for Alice, after hearing Aster's words, her eyes widened slightly and turned her head stiffly to look at Noah. You actually let your contracted elf take off her knee socks for you to see? You shameless person. After saying that, Alice immediately wanted to draw her sword, but Noah knocked her on the head with a karate chop in the midst of a bang sound. Instantly, Alice hugged her head and squatted down with tears in her eyes. Can you not be delusional all the time? Can you at least understand the situation before drawing your sword? The corner of Noah's mouth twitched. I really don't know what you witches' brains are made of. There should be a limit to wrongly accusing someone, right? I didn't wrongly accuse anyone. Alice raised her eyes and looked at Noah with some resentment. Undoubtedly, I saw it with my own eyes. Is that so? Noah narrowed his eyes and said unhappily, Then did you hear my order for Aster to take off her knee socks? Alice suddenly choked. You can't say anything, right? Noah rubbed his temples and said as if he couldn't take it anymore. Don't do it again. If there's a next time. After thinking for a while, Noah said this directly. If there's a next time, I'll punish you in a very perverted way. After hearing this, Alice's pretty face instantly turned as red as boiling water. She was at a loss for what to do. How? How can this be? I'm not mentally prepared. Mentally prepared? What mental preparation? I'm not going to use a very perverted way to punish you now. What mental preparation do you need? Just as Noah was speechless at Alice's bewildered look, Aster tugged at Noah's sleeve and looked straight at Noah like an innocent child. If I do something wrong, will Master use a very perverted way to punish me? Noah laughed dryly. He didn't know what to say. At the same time, at the entrance of the Elven Academy, a young girl wearing a witch costume slowly walked out of the elven forest. She arrived in front of the gate and raised her head to look at the vast gate. Is this the Elven Academy, the #1 Elven Envoy training institution in the Empire? The Elven Envoy Academy is named after the Saintess of Salvation. Celestia smiled as if she was helpless. Who would have thought that, as the Demon King and the Demon King's elf, we would visit this place one day? I heard that the witch Greyvath is the dean of this academy. Lotus frowned for the first time, showing an extremely obvious reluctance. I really don't want to see that witch again. Back then, after we escaped from the academy, it was the Twilight Witch who took us in. Lestia revealed something that no one else in the world would ever know. If it wasn't for that witch, you wouldn't have participated in the Elven Sword Dance Festival and won't have the title of the strongest sword dancer and be worshipped by all the Elven envoys. I've never thought of getting that kind of title. Lotus shook her head. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have participated in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Hearing Lotus' words, Celestia's pretty face couldn't help but soften as she held Lotus' hand. So, this time, it's my turn to help you fulfill your wish. Lotus turned her head and exchanged glances with Celestia. Then, she turned her gaze back to the gate and closed her eyes. At the same time, a pitch-black luster bloomed all over Lestia's body. A series of pitch-black feathers reverberated around her body and wrapped around her body. Lestia gradually turned into a ray of light and gathered in Lotus's hand. In the next moment, a knight's sword that looked like a demon's horn appeared in Lotus's hand. It was also pitch-black in color and was surging with ominous pitch-black fog. Vorpal's sword, penetrating truth. It was the highest-grade elven magic device that Celestia, the dark elf who once belonged to Demon King Solomon, transformed into. With this sword, Leanna Subble became the strongest sword dancer. Now, this sword that once belonged to the Demon King was finally held tightly in the hands of the Demon King's successor. Just for one person. Boom! In the dormitory of the mole class, Noah, Aster, and Alice, who were still in the room, suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound. Their faces were filled with shock. The commander of the Wind King Knights, who had been reduced to acting cute in front of Noah, quivered and abruptly stood up with a gloomy expression. Don't tell me something happened again? Alice didn't even say goodbye and directly rushed out of the door. Seeing this, Noah frowned. Don't tell me it's that dark elf again? Naturally, no one would answer Noah's question. However, Aster looked outside and said expressionlessly, "Master, there's something bad outside." "Is that so?" Noah's eyes flickered slightly and immediately walked out of the door. "Aster, let's go take a look." "Yes." Aster responded obediently and followed Noah out of the room. After coming out of the mole class dormitory, Noah immediately saw it. In the direction of the Elven Academy's gate, waves of divine aura energy fluctuations rose, mixed with various kinds of flames, which was unusually conspicuous in the dark night. In particular, there was an extremely powerful divine aura energy that soared into the sky like a star, shaking up waves of air, which made Noah's brows furrow even tighter. "It feels like there's a lot of trouble." After saying this, Noah directly took Aster's hand and walked quickly in the direction of the gate that was extremely far away due to the overly vast area of the Elven Academy. Chapter 970. With the help of magic wind elf Smoth, Alice rushed over from the air and landed in front of the gates of the Elven Academy. However, what appeared in front of Alice was an unbelievable scene. Alice wasn't the only one who found it hard to believe. Even the students who had rushed over because of the loud noise and gathered in front of the gates of the Elven Academy looked at the scene outside with incredulous expressions. In front of the gates of the Elven Academy, the elven envoys of the Wind King Knights, who were supposed to be patrolling the gates, were half-bent and panting heavily. However, their eyes were also filled with disbelief. In the middle of the encirclement of the Wind King Knights, there was a young girl who was holding a strange pitch-black knight's sword in her hand. She was wearing a foreign costume that resembled that of a witch. Her jet-black hair that reached her waist swayed in the air. She looked extremely elegant as she looked at everyone present and lightly opened her red lips. "I only want to see Noah Doria. You're not my match. You should obediently withdraw from here." The young girl's crisp voice awakened all the elven envoys who were still in shock. Everyone present reacted. How? How could this be? Alice couldn't help but take a step back and stare at the young girl holding the pitch-black knight's sword. After confirming that she wasn't seeing things, she murmured, "Lotus a Subble." It had only been a short 3 years since the girl who was known as the strongest sword dancer in the world had obtained supreme glory. In the library of the Elven Academy, there was even a portrait of the young girl. Even though Lotus' appearance had matured due to the 3 years that had passed, it couldn't be said that she had changed. Among the elven envoys here, almost everyone had seen the performance of the strongest sword dancer at the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Almost everyone was captivated by Lotus' beautiful sword dance. Thus, who would forget her figure and appearance that left a deep impression on them? In particular, the Vorpal sword in Lotus's hand was known by everyone as the elven magic equipment that belonged to the strongest sword dancer. Thus, everyone here knew who Lotus was. However, it was precisely because everyone knew Lotus that they found it hard to believe. Why? Inside the gates of the Alessia Elven Academy, Claire was also present among the crowd of students, her face filled with disbelief. Aside from Claire, Lindsly, who had brought Carol along, was also present. She stared blankly at Lotus, unable to believe what she was seeing. Why is Lena Schubel here? However, the most unbelievable thing was that the strongest sword dancer didn't seem to be here for a friendly visit. "I'll say it again," Lotus said expressionlessly. "Have Noah Doria come out." Noah Doria? Alice's expression changed. She bit her lip and took a deep breath. She calmed down and walked forward with a serious expression. "Excuse me, why are you looking for a student from our academy?" Lotus lifted her head and looked at Alice. She then shook her head gently. "It has nothing to do with you. You should leave. I don't want to hurt innocent people." Lotus's words made many people secretly heave a sigh of relief. Even Claire and Lindley, who were in the crowd, felt their hearts relax. So Lena Schubel wasn't an enemy. Alice was the only one who resisted the urge to relax as she spoke to Lotus. "If you want to see a student from the academy, you can go through the proper procedures and apply to enter the academy, right? That which won't let me get what I want if I use that method. Even if she does, she'll have to pay a hefty price." Lotus raised her eyebrows and pointed the pitch-black knight's sword at Alice. Moreover, I didn't come here just to chat. Have that man come out. Everyone could hear the determination in Lotus's tone. She wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. This made all the elven messengers puzzled. Why was the strongest sword dancer willing to cause such a huge commotion just to see the male elf? That man, Claire said with a bit of irritation. Did he do something bad to Lena Schubel as well? It can't be. Linsly also couldn't believe it. Did the strongest sword dancer cause such a huge commotion just to see a man? Just as everyone was feeling incredulous, a voice floated into everyone's ears. You're looking for me? Following this voice, Noah walked through the crowd while holding Aster's hand and walked out of the Elven Academy. When Noah and Aster appeared, Lotus's eyes flashed slightly. Even the surface of the Vorpal sword in her hand flowed with a black light. The difference was that Lotus was acting like this because of Noah's appearance, while Lestia, who had transformed into an elven device, was acting like this because of Aster's appearance. Aster, who was holding Noah's hand, slightly tightened his grip. He stared at the Vorpal sword in Lotus's hand and said softly, Master, that elf user's elf magic device was once owned by the Demon King. Noah was startled and also looked at the Vorpal sword in Lotus's hand. It was pitch black in color. A strange aura surged around it like an ominous black gas. That sword was exactly the same as the one Noah saw in Aster's dream when he was in the Demon King's hand during the final battle with the Saintess. Master, please be careful. Aster more or less became serious. That elven envoy isn't an ordinary elven envoy. Even without Aster's reminder, Noah knew. From Lotus's body, Noah could sense a tremendous divine power and powerful aura. That aura was many times stronger than that of Gravath, who is known as the strongest elven user in the continent. Noah even felt that Lotus's aura was enough to rival Saber, who is the highest level heroic spirit. Do you feel it? Lotus suddenly spoke. This is because of you that I have awakened this power. Because of me? Noah was once again startled. But in the next moment, Noah's eyes suddenly focused. In front of Noah, Lotus gently pressed her empty hand on her heart. Because of Lotus's action, Noah, who was looking at Lotus's heart, saw it almost instantly. He saw the inside of the heart of the girl named Lotus a Subble. It was an incomplete feather that emitted a weak, gentle white light. Noah looked at Lotus in surprise. Inside your body, when Claire mentioned Lotus a Subble, Noah had received a hint from the world about the location of the world fragment that was lost in this world. At that time, Noah had already guessed that the world fragment was very likely related to Lotus a Subble. But he didn't expect that the extent of the relationship was to this extent. The world fragment that was lodged in her heart. The girl in front of him was actually the same as Orpheus. Seeing Noah's performance, Lotus's eyes flickered violently, and she stared at Noah. You can really see. As soon as her voice fell, Lotus suddenly clenched the elven device in her hand, causing the pitch-black knight sword to tremble slightly. In an instant, it was enveloped by a dense divine aura. Aster, Noah's eyes focused again, and without hesitation, he imbued the divine aura into Aster's body. Immediately, Aster, who was tightly holding Noah's hand, turned into a burst of light particles and gathered in Noah's hand. In an instant, it condensed into a shining silver steel sword and fell into Noah's hand. In front of him, Lotus, who was tightly holding the pitch-black knight's sword, bounced forward without any warning. She heavily stepped on the ground and turned into a black shadow. The elven device in her hand rapidly condensed a large amount of divine aura, almost fusing with her body. Like a pitch-black bolt of lightning, she cut through the air with a sharp sound and violently shot towards Noah's direction. Chapter 9:71. Lotus, who had transformed into a bolt of black lightning, was already faintly discernible. In a flash, she arrived in front of Noah. Immediately, The tip of the pitch-black magic sword in her hand mercilessly shot out like lightning, ruthlessly stabbing towards Noah's chest. Seeing Lotus lightning-like stab, Noah's expression couldn't help but change. Noah couldn't be more familiar with such lightning-like speed and stab. That was clearly the first move of the absolute sword skill that Grey Vath had taught Noah. Absolute sword skill. Initial form, purple lightning. As if intending to confirm Noah's thoughts, Lotus, who had suddenly appeared in front of Noah like a bolt of lightning, lightly opened her red lips and chanted the name of the absolute sword skill. The pitch-black magic sword in her hand mercilessly stabbed towards Noah's chest. Ding! At the critical moment, the silver holy sword that seemed to be the counterpart of the pitch-black demon sword suddenly appeared. Accompanied by a clear sound, sparks flew in the air, blocking the demon sword that the most powerful sword dancer mercilessly pierced through the air. Seeing Lotus attack Noah, all the elven envoys of the Alicia Elven Academy cried out in alarm, including Claire, Lindsley, and Alice. Noah, who was holding the silver holy sword, looked at Lotus in bewilderment through the sputtering sparks and the pitch-black magic sword. How did you learn this move? Don't you know? Lotus raised her eyes, met Noah's gaze, and spoke softly. My absolute sword dance was taught by Grey Vath, who has the title of Twilight Witch. After saying this, Lotus didn't give Noah any time to react. The pitch-black magic sword in her hand carried a powerful divine power energy that was like a whistling gale, shaking the air. Along with the vibration of the divine power energy, the pitch-black magic sword in Lotus' hand instantly transformed into beautiful crescent arcs, bringing with it waves of whistling wind. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were fiercely attacking Noah, covering the sky and covering the earth as they enveloped Noah. His field of vision was completely covered by the continuous slashes formed by the terrifying sword light. Not only was Noah not surprised, but he also began to calm down. With a leap, Noah took a step back. The demon slayer in his hand seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, surging forward like a violent storm. It welcomed the slash that was like an army of thousands of men and horses that covered the sky and covered the earth. Clang, 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 clang. Instantly, the two elf envoys wielding the silver holy sword and the pitch-black demon sword were separated from each other by a short distance. Unexpectedly, they both slashed out a torrential storm of slashes. Under the situation where the spectators could barely see streaks of sword light flashing, the continuous collisions were like violent thunderbolts. Waves after waves of overlapping sword and halberd sounds reverberated in the air. In less than 3 seconds, Noah and Lotus had each swung out hundreds of slashes, causing the white and black colored sword light to fill up the short distance between them. And every time the holy sword and magic sword collided, it would shake up ripples of energy visible to the naked eye and dazzling intense sparks that spread out, causing the air to become chaotic and the ground to shake up small pieces of gravel. Clang! It wasn't until 2 or 3 seconds later that the holy sword and magic sword, which had completely transformed into sword light that covered the sky and earth, appeared and heavily collided with each other, stirring up an extremely loud sound of swords clashing, and then one after another, they were shaken away. Bang! Almost at the same time, Noah and Lotus, who were shaken away at the same time, landed heavily on the ground, causing a muffled sound. No one could discover it. The moment Noah's and Lotus' feet landed on the ground, a vortex of divine power suddenly gathered under their feet, and then it exploded. With a sharp sound, Noah and Lotus both turned into a bolt of lightning at the same time, rushing toward the opponent in front of them. The silver holy sword and the pitch-black magic sword in their hands carried an astonishing cold light, cutting through the space, erasing the distance between them in an instant. Ding! In the next second, the silver holy sword and the pitch-black magic sword collided with each other with great precision, stirring up a burst of dancing sparks. They collided with each other in the way of sword tip against sword tip. Such a precise thrust was no longer a realm that ordinary humans could achieve. And Lotus, who had made this thrust, was finally surprised. It was because, like Lotus, Noah used a sword skill that should only be used by the continent's strongest elf user and sword dancer. Ultimate sword skill, initial form, purple lightning. However, the surprise only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, Noah and Lotus suddenly let go of the elven device in their hands at the same time. With a small leap, they took a step back and clenched one of their hands into a fist at 8S if they had agreed. Noah and Lotus clenched their fists at the same time. A burst of divine might gathered into a whirlpool shape. With a whistling sound, the whirlpool heavily smashed into the hilts of the holy sword and the demon sword that were still hovering in midair, maintaining the precision of their sword tips as they collided with each other. Ultimate sword skill. Form 6 Shattered Tooth. The ultimate sword skill created by Gray and Vath was very diverse in content, and there were special sword moves that could deal with various situations. For example, body part destruction, group annihilation, countering specific attributes, weapon destruction, counterattacking skills, and sword killing, etc. The initial form of the purple lightning was created for the purpose of destroying parts of the body, gathering all of the divine power under the feet, and then exploding. It would stimulate a violent speed that no one could react to and unleash an extreme thrust, instantly piercing through the opponent's body and directly taking away the opponent's mobility. This move was somewhat similar to Noah's leap. Therefore, Noah only used a short half an hour to master the initial form of this ultimate sword skill. And form SXS Foot Shattered Tooth was a sword move for weapon destruction. By converting the divine might energy into impact force in one breath, and then directly instilling it into the elven device with the help of physical punches, the elven device would instantly stimulate its body due to the instilled divine might that was as substantial as a physical impact force. From there, it would explode, causing its destructive power to soar several times. This move was also similar to Noah's Annihilation Strike. Therefore, after the initial form of purple lightning, Noah only used less than half an hour to master the sixth form of Shattered Tooth. In theory, this sixth form of the ultimate sword skill could even directly shatter the opponent's elven device. Therefore, this move was classified as a weapon destruction move. However, under the situation where Noah and Lotus used this ultimate sword skill at the same time, neither of them achieved their goal. Clang! Under the stimulation of the divine power that was instilled in a violent manner, the demon slayer that was once owned by the Saintess of Salvation and the Vorpal sword that was owned by the demon king of Scourge shook with a strong light and rushed towards each other. Bang! In the end, the two elven magic devices of the highest grade were shaken with a loud and clear explosion. With the tip of the sword as the center, the two elven magic devices were shaken into a circle of sharp energy. Under the rebounding force of the collision, the two elven magic devices were both shaken into the air and spun like a windmill before falling into the distance. However, before that, Noah and Lotus had already very tacitly retreated, dodged, and pulled a long distance away and landed on the ground not far away. Ha! The two elven devices that were spinning like windmills fell from the sky and landed exactly where Noah and Lotus were. With a crisp sound, Noah and Lotus reached out their hands and tightly grasped the two elven devices and returned to the two elven users' hands. The whole place was suddenly silent. From Lotus's sudden attack to the two engaging in a brilliant sword dance, the whole process, not even 10 seconds had passed. By the time the surrounding elf envoys reacted, the brilliant sword dance had already ended and disappeared like a flash in the pan. At this moment, there was only one emotion that filled everyone's heart. Shock. Shock that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if Noah and Lotus were looking into a mirror. Their movements were exactly the same. There was not a single difference. Chapter 972. Of course, Noah's and lotus sword dances were exactly the same, without the slightest difference. After all, the sword skills that the two of them were using were the ultimate sword skills that Grey Vath had taught them. However, because Grey Vaz had retired from the public stage for quite some time, the ultimate sword skill she created had yet to be displayed in front of others. Lotus, on the other hand, had won the Elven Sword Dance Festival with her ultimate sword skills 3 years ago. In other words, the legendary sword dance that the strongest sword dancer had used to capture the hearts of almost all the elves was the ultimate sword skill. Now, the ultimate sword skill had become synonymous with Lotus. The world didn't know that the ultimate sword skill was created by Grey Vaz. They only knew that the ultimate sword skill was known for its beauty, and it was the sword dance of the strongest sword dancer. That was all. Now, Noah was using the exact same sword dance as the strongest sword dancer. The elves present couldn't help but feel shocked and incredulous. Isn't that guy the dean's student? In the crowd, Claire's fiery red eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why does he know the exact same sword dance as the strongest sword dancer? Not only is he able to use the same sword dance as the strongest sword dancer, but she also didn't hesitate to make such a big commotion just to meet him. Lynn Siley, who was also in the crowd, had a thoughtful look in her beautiful eyes. Could it be that the two of them really have some sort of relationship? Although Alice was also extremely surprised, she did not forget her duty and hurriedly took a step forward. Stop fighting. Unfortunately, neither Noah nor Lotus had the spare energy to pay attention to Alice. You know the ultimate sword skill, too? Lotus frowned. Don't tell me that the witch taught you that as well. Compared to my matters, I care more about your matters. Noah looked at Lotus and said in a deep voice, "If you can explain, I will be very grateful." Noah more or less had a clue as to why the legendary strongest sword dancer came here to find him. Noah and Lotus were not as inextricably linked as other people thought. Without a doubt, this was the first time Noah and Lotus had met. However, it was obvious that Lotus was here for Noah, just like Bio and Orpheus, who were also possessed by the world fragment back then. Back then, Bio and Orpheus, who were possessed by the world fragment, came to Noah because of the influence of the world fragment. Now Lotus, the strongest sword dancer, should be the same, right? However, from Lotus's eyes, Noah could see a different feeling from Bio and Orpheus. Bio and Orpheus were both subconsciously influenced by the world fragment. They instinctively wanted to come to Noah and look for Noah. Lotus, on the other hand, seemed to be different from the unconscious influence. The strong-willed young girl's eyes told Noah about it. She only wanted to come in front of Noah because of her own will. What was the reason for this? Lotus did not say a word. She just raised the elven device in her hand and pointed it at Noah. Like a violent storm, divine energy continuously poured out of her body. In the end, even Lotus's whole body was wrapped in it. It was like a slowly flowing water wave, like a group of phosphorescent water vortexes, very beautiful. Feeling the powerful and unusual divine energy, not to mention the surrounding students, even Noah frowned a little. Wasn't this strongest sword dancer's divine might a little too powerful? Even Grey and Vath, who were known as the strongest elven user in the continent, were not as strong as Lotus, right? In addition, although Noah has not been able to use Aster skillfully, his physical strength was comparable to Hercules in the form of a servant because of the LV for ability value bonus. Lotus was able to face such a Noah without falling into a disadvantageous position, which was even more amazing. Is the gap between the strongest sword dancer and the strongest elven user so big? Noah did not think so. The only thing that bothered Noah was what Run had said at the beginning. Lotus said that this power was awakened because of Noah and was controlled by him. Could it be that Lotus was actually the same as Bio, and because of the world fragment in her body, she had some kind of evolution in her power? Or could it be that the world fragment residing in Lotus's body had some other effect on the strongest sword dancer? He did not understand. Without any information to refer to, Even if Noah was smart, there was no way to get an accurate answer. It seems that you didn't really come to find me to chat. Noah clenched the demon slayer in his hand. His frowning eyebrows slowly relaxed as he looked at Lotus. If you don't hesitate to make such a big noise just to have a sword dance duel with me, then I will accompany you for a while. After saying that, a phosphorescent wave of air began to rise from Noah's body. As if his body temperature had reached the limit, waves of divine power were emitted. Lotus's eyes burst out with a bright light, as if she was satisfied with Noah's power. She raised the Vorpal sword and gathered all the power in her body. Whether it was the demon slayer or the Vorpal sword, they were both elven devices formed by the highest elves in human form. Moreover, their previous owners were the Saintess and the Demon King. Now, the former Saintess and Demon King's elves had respectively signed a contract with Noah and Lotus. This made the upcoming sword dance seem like a fated duel, causing the air to be filled with tension like smoke on a battlefield. Noah and Lotus poured a vast amount of divine power into their elven devices. 1. Suddenly, the demon slayer and Vorpal sword bloomed with a bright white and black light, displaying their power to the extreme. All the elves in the surroundings subconsciously held their breaths, not daring to move. Even Alice, as the commander of the Wind King Knights, who should have stopped this duel, stood there stiffly, not knowing what to do. There was no other way. The divine power of Noah and Lotus was too astonishing. With Alice's strength, if she rushed into the place where the two vast divine powers collided, she would definitely be sent flying in an instant. At a certain moment, Noah's and Lotus's expressions suddenly froze, their bodies tensing up. Just as Noah and Lotus were about to charge at each other, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the field. Stop! The tense atmosphere between Noah and Lotus suddenly froze in midair. Everyone present looked at the source of the voice. There, Gray and Vath slowly walked out, their eyes sweeping over Noah and Lotus. The moment they saw Lotus, Gray and Vath's eyes flashed. The corner of their mouth raised into a faintly discernible cold arc. I didn't expect that you would come here personally. I thought that you wouldn't dare to see me again. Hearing this, Lotus's expression showed obvious displeasure for the first time. Cunning witch. After saying that, Lotus removed the elven device in her hand. The divine power around her retracted back in her body, turned around, and began to leave in the direction of the elven forest. Seeing this, Noah subconsciously called out, "Wait!" Lotus stopped, turned around, and looked at Noah. "The Elven Sword Dance Festival in 2 months. I will be waiting for you there." Leaving these words behind, Lotus left without looking back. Noah just stared at Lotus's back. He wanted to chase after her, but helplessly gave up. Even if he chased after her, what could he do? Could it be that he could still get the world fragment back? But Noah didn't know how to get the world fragment out of a person's body, unless he directly took out the world fragment in his body like what Bio and Orpheus did. Noah really wanted to get the world fragment back. However, to let Noah kill a stranger in order to get the world fragment back, Noah couldn't do that. Then how to get the world fragment back? Noah didn't know. Therefore, Noah could only watch Lotus leave and mumble. The Elven Sword Dance Festival? Chapter 973. Today, the Elven Academy was destined to not be peaceful. Although it was already night time, the news of the strongest sword dancer, who had won the championship of the Elven Sword Dance Festival 3 years ago and received supreme glory, had become the object of admiration in the hearts of almost all the Elven messengers, especially the short duel between Noah and Lotus. The Elven messengers who were present to watch the entire process were talking about it with great relish, causing all the students to lose sleep that night. On the contrary, the commotion caused by Lotus in order to see Noah was consciously or subconsciously ignored by everyone. At least, apart from Noah, Lotus didn't make a move against anyone in the Elven Academy. She didn't even make a move against the Elven messengers of the Wind King Knights who were patrolling. She was only passively defending. Otherwise, with Lotus' strength, if she really wanted to make a move against the elven messengers of the Wind King Knights, those elven messengers definitely wouldn't be unscathed. In addition, the unparalleled strength that Lotus displayed made the elven messengers who secretly admired the strongest sword dancer to a whole new level in their hearts. In the end, this matter was left unsettled. However, in the end, no one knew why Lotus went through so much trouble to cause such a huge commotion in the Elven Academy. No, Lotus's purpose had been made clear from the very beginning. This girl, who was hailed as the strongest sword dancer, didn't hesitate to cause such a huge commotion just to see Noah. Thus, the students, who gradually calmed down from the excitement of seeing the object of their dreams, began to realize a few questions. Why did Noah have the same sword dance technique as Lotus? Why did the strongest sword dancer not hesitate to cause such a huge commotion just to see Noah? Why did Lotus leave when the dean appeared? The only male elven messenger on the continent. The strongest elven messenger on the continent. The strongest sword dancer on the continent. What kind of relationship did these three special existences have with each other? Due to these questions, all sorts of speculations flew about. This even led to the information regarding the extremely short sword dance between Noah and Lotus falling into the hands of the other forces in the following days, becoming known to those who were well informed. Although he didn't know what kind of relationship there was between Noah and Lotus, the two of them definitely had some sort of relationship. This was something that everyone was certain of. While the people outside were making all kinds of guesses and causing a commotion, Noah followed Gray and Vaz to the dean's office. "What's going on?" As soon as he entered the office, Noah immediately asked, "What's your relationship with that Lena Subble?" Lotus, like Noah, knew the absolute sword skill created by Gray and Vath. Moreover, Lotus had personally said that her absolute sword skill was taught to her by Gray and Vase. Then, the strongest sword dancer and the strongest elven messenger definitely had some sort of relationship, and it wasn't an ordinary one. However, this was something that no one knew about. This was a little too strange. "I do have some sort of relationship with that child, but it's not as deep as you think," Gray and Vase said nonchalantly. "My relationship with Lotus can't even be considered as master and disciple. It's only because I had something to ask of that child 3 years ago that I taught her the absolute sword skill." "You taught her the absolute sword skill because you had something to ask of her?" Noah was startled, then smiled bitterly. "Isn't that the same as me?" "That's right. My relationship with Lotus is similar to my relationship with you. We're together because we have something to ask of each other." Gray and Vase looked at Noah. "Just like you, I taught that child the absolute sword skill 3 years ago so that she could participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival." After saying that, Gray and Vase told Noah about their past that no one knew about. This matter had a wide range of implications. If they were to mention it, they had to mention a family name first. Elstian, a family name of a noble that had served the royal family since the founding of the Audisia Empire. This noble was still a favorite of the royal family until 4 years ago. Not only was his influence huge, he was second to none in the Audisia Empire, but there were also many talents in the family. It was said that among the 5 elven concubines who served the 5 elven kings, quite a few of them had come from the Elstian family. It could be said that the Elstian family was the most prestigious of the prestigious families. However, that was 4 years ago. 4 years ago, there was an incident that no one in the continent didn't know about. Rubia Elstian, born in the Elstian family, she was a very outstanding witch concubine. Some people called this witch concubine a rare genius that only appeared once every few hundred years. This was because when she was only 9 years old, she was entrusted with a large-scale ceremony. When she was 15, she stood out and became the Fire Elven concubine that served the Fire Elven king. Just like how the Elven envoys idolized the most powerful sword dancer, Rubia was also an idol to the witch concubines who idolized the Elven concubines. However, all of this only lasted until 4 years ago. 4 years ago, This elven concubine that served the Fire Elven King and was idolized by almost all the witch concubines suddenly stole the most powerful flame elf from the Fire Elven King's temple and disappeared without a trace. Knowing that the elven concubine had betrayed him, the Fire Elven King was furious. With the Elstian family's territory as the center, he set fire to the entire Audisia Empire, causing the Audisia Empire to suffer a great disaster. Since then, not only had the Audisia Empire been unable to receive the favor of the Fire Elven concubine, they had also tried to extinguish the fire that spread throughout the empire. However, it was futile and they suffered greatly. Because of this, while the Audisia citizens prayed for the Fire Elven King's forgiveness, they also gave the Elven concubine, who had betrayed the Fire Elven King, a hateful title, Calamity Elven Concubine. After that, the Elstian family was stripped of its title and territory, and Rubia's biological parents were sent to prison. That was the downfall of the most prestigious family, and it was disbanded overnight. In order to appease the Fire Elven King's anger and extinguish the disaster that spread throughout the Audisia Empire, I had no choice but to think of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Grey Vath sighed. As long as the representative of the Audisia Empire can win the Elven Sword Dance Festival, the Elven King's anger will be appeased, and he will once again bestow protection upon the Empire, causing the disaster to disappear. I see. Noah nodded in understanding. So, you had your eyes on that sword dancer at that time? I met her by chance. Grey Vath seemed to have sunk into her memories. She came from a bad place. Just like you, she didn't have a proper identity on this continent and had no relatives. Just like you, I gave her what she wanted and taught her the ultimate sword technique. I allowed her to ascend the stage of the Elven Sword Dance Festival and win the Elven Sword Dance Festival to appease the Elven King's anger. Grey Vath shook her head. After that, she disappeared. She only reappeared in front of me after 3 whole years. Today is the day. After hearing Grey Vath's words, Noah fell silent for a moment before looking at Grey Vath. Then, why did you teach me the ultimate sword technique and let me participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival this time? You will know the reason sooner or later. Grey Vath closed her eyes as if she didn't want Noah to see anything from her eyes. You will understand after you ascend the stage of the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Noah didn't continue asking and fell into deep thought. Outside the dean's office, Aster, who was leaning against the wall, heard the sound of the door opening and immediately turned his head. Then he saw Noah walking out of the office. Apologies, Aster. Noah walked up to Aster and reached out his hand to pat his head. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's nothing. Aster shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly shut his mouth. At the same time, Noah narrowed his eyes and turned his head to the side. There, a pitch-black figure quietly appeared. Chapter 974. In the shadows, a young girl wearing a dark dress appeared out of thin air. The pair of pitch-black wings on her back slowly turned into scattered pitch-black feathers and disappeared into the air. She lifted her head and looked straight at Noah. The highest-ranking dark elf, who came uninvited, smiled sweetly. She lifted the hem of her skirt and bowed politely. Good evening, both of you. Did you have fun playing with Lotus? Aster didn't say anything. He just stared at Losti with an expressionless face. Logically speaking, as the contracted elf of the Saintess and the Demon King, Aster and Losti should be enemies. Especially Losti. The master of this dark elf, Demon King Solomon, was killed by the Saintess and the Holy Sword. She should hate Aster. However, at this moment, Aster was looking at Lestia as if she was someone he had met by chance. Losti, on the other hand, seemed to care more about Noah than Aster. She glanced at Aster and shifted her gaze to Noah. On the other hand, Noah looked at Lestia and spoke as if he had expected her to. The contracted elf of the sword dancer is indeed you. That's right, I am Lotus Contracted Elf, the sword of the former Demon King Solomon. Losti smiled. Although a Demon King like Solomon isn't a true master to me. Not really my master? Noah raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? It means on the surface. Losti shook her head and said, he was just a failed product that was devoured by the Demon King's power and went berserk. Compared to Lotus, Solomon is far inferior. Hearing Lastia's words, before Noah could react, Aster, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. You want to say that the Demon King that my former master killed was just an unpresentable guy? Saying such a sentence, Aster's usually cold tone carried a trace of passion. It was obvious that Lastia's words made Aster a little angry. Regarding this, Lastia spoke frankly without commenting. This is the truth. Miss Sacred Sword, the existence known as the Demon King, is not someone like Solomon. In fact, it would be better to say that only Lotus is qualified to be the true Demon King. What are you talking about? Noah grabbed Aster's hand and stopped him from speaking. He then looked at Lasti. You mean that Lotus Asubble is the Demon King? That depends on how you view the Demon King, Lestia shrugged and said with a mischievous smile. If the Demon King in your eyes is the male elf that will bring disaster to the continent, then Lotus is indeed not the Demon King. Lastia's words made Noah even more confused. What was this dark elf trying to say? Looking at Noah's confused expression, Lasti suddenly said, do you know how many elves are the elves of the dark? This strange question made Noah frown. How many elves of the dark? In this world, who didn't know the answer to this question? Just as Noah was thinking, Aster grabbed Noah's hand. When Noah looked over, he shook his head at Noah. Master, there aren't only 5 elves of the dark. In the distant past, there was another elves of the dark. There was another elves of the dark? Noah was stunned. The elves of the dark, elves Lotus Asubble. Lasti said to Noah with a gentle and sweet voice. A long, long time ago, the elemental elves had a war that engulfed the entire world. At that time, there were 2 factions. One was led by the 5 elves of the dark elves of the elves. Hearing this, Noah understood what was going to happen next. After all, the world only knew of the 5 great elf kings, but not the Dark Elf King. If that was the case, then the Dark Elf King's faction must have been defeated in that battle, right? Just as you thought, the Dark Elf King was defeated in the Elven War against the 5 Elven Kings, and even his life force was wiped out. Lestia seemed to have guessed what Noah was thinking, and her eyes flickered slightly. However, the Dark Elf King didn't actually disappear. At the last moment of his life, this Elf King used the magic of reincarnation to transfer his power to a human male. He hoped that one day, the human who inherited his power would be able to destroy the 5 Elf Kings. A human male? Noah's heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed in surprise. Could it be? That's right. The so-called Dark Elf King is actually a human male who inherited the Dark Elf King's power. Lestia said word by word. At the last moment of his life, the Dark Elf King predicted that the human race would start to prosper in the future and gradually be able to control the elves. Therefore, he decided to reincarnate his power into a human. The reason he chose to reincarnate into a human male was to deceive the 5 Elf Kings. This was because only a pure young girl could interact with the elves. This was a universal law. If he reincarnated his power into a human male, then it would be a very good cover-up, and the 5 Elf Kings wouldn't discover that the Dark Elf King was still hiding this move. As for me, I am responsible for guiding the human male who inherited the Dark Elf King's power. Lestia turned in a circle, bent down, and bowed again. In the past thousands of years of history, there have been several human males who inherited the Dark Elf King's power. However, almost all of them ended their lives before meeting me, who was responsible for guiding the inheritors of the Dark Elf King's power. Only Demon King Solomon met me and formed a contract with me. However, in the end, Demon King Solomon was unable to control the awakened Dark Elf King's power and was devoured by that power. He completely turned into a lump of resentment, thus giving birth to the Demon King, who is a threat to this continent. Hearing this, Noah and Aster looked at each other and fell into silence. Who would have thought that the existence of Demon King Solomon would actually involve the matter of the 6th Elf King? This was really unexpected. Wait, Noah suddenly woke up. You just said that Lena Subble is the true Demon King. Could it be that you mean? That's right. Lastia smiled. This time, the power of the Dark Elf King was inherited by Lotus. Moreover, Lotus's power was awakened perfectly from the very beginning. She didn't even need my guidance. Now, she can control that power as she pleases. Haven't you seen it with your own eyes? Indeed, Lien's power compared to the elves of this world was too strong. Originally, Noah thought that it was due to the influence of the world fragment. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Of course, the Dark Elf King's power is definitely not at this level. Although Lien can freely control this power, she hasn't completely drawn out all of it. Lestia looked at Noah with a smile that didn't look like a smile. In other words, Lien, who fought with you just now, didn't use her full power. That was natural. Lien came to the Elven Academy just to see Noah. And when she attacked Noah, it was just to test Noah. There was no need for her to use her full power. But if it wasn't for the Dark Elf King's power, Lien wouldn't have been able to fight Noah without being at a disadvantage. This was the secret of the strongest sword dancer. Faced with this fact, although Noah didn't doubt it, he realized that there was a problem that couldn't be ignored. There's a fundamental contradiction in your words, Noah said calmly. Undoubtedly, you said that the Dark Elf King's power can only be transferred to human males. Undoubtedly, Lena Subble is a girl, right? Lestia didn't answer this question. Instead, she stared at Noah as if she wanted to completely see through Noah. There was a strange look in her eyes that others couldn't understand. Shouldn't I be asking you this question? Asking me? Noah couldn't help but be stunned. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 975. Looking at Noah's confused face, Lastia's tone became a little gloomy. Don't play dumb. You should know very well what Lotus has on her. After being reminded by Lasti, Noah immediately understood. World Fragment. If there was something on Lotus that could even affect the Elf King, then it would be the World Fragment. Lotus said that she has something that belongs to you, Lestia said as she looked at Noah. Although I don't know what it is, and even Lotus herself doesn't know what it is because of that thing that the Dark Elf King chose to reincarnate in Lotus. At the end of the day, the Dark Elf King's goal was to eliminate the 5 Elf Kings one day. That was why he used a great magic spell that ordinary people couldn't see through before his death. He reincarnated his power into the human race that was destined to prosper in the future. The reason why the Dark Elf King chose to reincarnate his power into a human male was to deceive the public. In other words, the Dark Elf King's power did not have to be reincarnated into a human male. Instead, the Dark Elf King chose to reincarnate his power into a human male due to his own considerations. Naturally, if the situation changed, the Dark Elf King's power did not need to be reincarnated into a human male. I don't know why the Dark Elf King chose to reincarnate into Lotus's body instead of a human male, but Lotus said so. Lestia lowered her head and said word by word. Perhaps she has something that even an existence like the Elf King can only fear. That might be the case. The air suddenly became oppressive. However, Noah understood Lestia's words. The Dark Elf King allowed a human male to inherit his power so that he could destroy the 5 Elf Kings one day. If there was something mysterious in Lien's body that even the 5 great Elven Kings could not compare to, and the Dark Elven King felt that he could rely on it to destroy the 5 great Elven Kings, it was only natural that the Dark Elven King's power would choose to reincarnate into Lien. Because of that thing's existence, not only did the Dark Elf King's power reincarnate into Lotus' body, but it was also naturally awakened from the start. It was even controlled by Lotus as if it was her own arm, Lestia explained to Noah, and Lien said that that thing seemed to belong to you. Noah fell silent when he heard Restia's words. Strictly speaking, the world fragment did not belong to Noah at all. However, only Noah could actively come into contact with an existence like the world fragment. Other than Noah, even Orpheus, who could be said to have unlimited power, could only passively endure the lodging and influence of the world fragment. A fantasy breed, like Bio even had its existence changed. Not only did it mutate, but its power even surpassed the category of a fantasy beast. Therefore, Lotus was the same. Since birth, Lotus had been lodging in the world fragment. Because of the existence of the world fragment, the Dark Elf King's power even went against the principle of being reincarnated into a human male. As a result, it chose to be inherited by Lotus. It even naturally awakened and was freely controlled by Lotus. It could be said that Lotus became the strongest sword dancer, formed a contract with the highest-ranking Dark Elf who had the responsibility of guiding the Demon King, inherited the Demon King's power, and even had the kind of life she had now. It was all because of the world fragment. This young girl's fate had been changed by the world fragment since birth. In addition, Lotus, like Orpheus and Bio, could vaguely feel that the world fragment longed to return to Noah's hands. Through Noah's hands, it would return to the space between worlds and restore its original consciousness. This made Lotus mistakenly think that the world fragment belonged to Noah. Therefore, Lotus felt that her fate was changed by Noah. Therefore, Lotus said that the Dark Elf King's power, which was the Demon King's power, was awakened by Noah and was controlled by him. The truth had been revealed. The reason why Lotus cared so much about Noah and why she did not hesitate to cause such a big commotion was also revealed. It was all just to see Noah. As for Lestia, it was only because she learned of Noah's existence from Lotus that she became curious about Noah. To be honest, I have a lot of questions about you. There was a playful smile on Lestia's pretty face, but her eyes were fixed on Noah the entire time. Only pure and innocent girls can interact with elves. The reason why Demon King Solomon is an exception is only because he inherited the power of the Dark Elf King. However, you're not a Demon King and did not inherit the power of the Dark Elf King. So how can you interact with elves? Also, what is the thing that caused the Dark Elf King's power to choose Lotus instead of human male? What is it? Losti looked at Noah curiously. You're right. If possible, can you please help me answer these questions? Answer? How should he answer? Should he tell Lestia that the thing in Lotus's body was a world fragment? Would Restia believe him then? Even if she believed him, what would it change? The Dark Elf King was the supreme existence that controlled the elements of this world. Perhaps the reason why he chose to reincarnate his power to Lotus was because of the world fragment. However, the world fragment had no way to help the Dark Elf King destroy the 5 Elven Kings. However, because of the world fragment, Lotus could freely control the Dark Elf King's power. That was a fact. Perhaps, in this way, Lotus, who completely controlled the Dark Elf King's power, really had the ability to destroy the 5 Elven Kings. Thinking about it this way, it was not unreasonable for the Dark Elf King to choose to reincarnate his power to Lotus. After all, Demon King Solomon was devoured after the Dark Elf King's power was awakened and turned into a lump of resentment. Such a fellow could not inherit the will of the Dark Elf King and destroy the 5 Elven Kings. Therefore, Lestia, who was responsible for guiding the Demon King, was extremely satisfied with Lotus, who could perfectly control the Dark Elf King's power. It was normal for her to be curious about the thing that allowed Lotus to freely control the Demon King's power. Unfortunately, Noah was not destined to answer Lestia's question. You won't understand even if I tell you. Noah met Lestia's gaze and said indifferently, You, on the other hand, suddenly appeared here and told me so much. Don't tell me you're really just curious? That's true. Lestia pursed her lips and smiled. However, this time, the smile on Lestia's face was not a beautiful one that would make people's hearts beat faster. Instead, it was a smile that made people think of coldness and cruelty. That's what Lasti said right away. No matter what Lotus has, or what that thing is, the reason the Dark Elf King's power could perfectly awaken is because of that thing. Lestia smiled sweetly. And you seem to want to take that thing back, right? Hearing this, Noah narrowed his eyes and smiled. What if I say yes? Lestia's eyes flashed with a strange glint. I bear the responsibility of guiding the Demon King. The purpose of my existence is to allow the Demon King to perfectly awaken. If I let you take that thing back from Lotus, the Dark Elf King's power might break away from Lotus control. It will cause Lotus to end up like Demon King Solomon, devoured by an overly powerful force and turned into a lump of resentment. Lestia looked at Noah. So I will stop you. After saying this, Lestia turned into a black feather and disappeared into the shadows. Noah remained silent as he watched Lestia disappear into the distance. Master, Aster tightened his grip on Noah's hand. I'm fine. Noah rubbed Aster's head and looked out of the window. He looked at the night scenery outside and muttered softly. Looks like I really need to go to the Elven Sword Dance Festival stage. Chapter 976. After exiting the school dormitory, Noah, who was holding Aster's hand, saw 3 figures. A surprised expression appeared on his face. Why are you all here? In the courtyard in front of the school dormitory, 4 girls each occupied a small area. They seemed to be confronting each other, but also seemed to be conversing as they stood there. Moreover, these 4 girls were people that Noah recognized. One had long, fiery red hair tied into 2 ponytails. One had long, golden hair that reached her waist. One had long, sky blue hair tied into a ponytail with a white satin ribbon hanging behind her back. The last one was obediently following behind the girl with long, golden hair, wearing a maid's uniform. Surprisingly, it was Claire, Lindsley, Alice, and Carol. Hearing Noah's voice, the group of girls who were confronting each other turned their heads. When they saw Noah holding Aster's hand, they were immediately overjoyed. However, in the next moment, that overjoyed expression completely turned into dissatisfaction. Too slow. Claire was the first to complain. What are you doing? That's right. Lindsley brushed her long, golden hair and also said with dissatisfaction, making a lady wait for such a long time, as a man, it's a bit disgraceful. Once you're out of my sight, you'll immediately cause a lot of trouble. Alice glared at Noah. For the sake of the school's order, can you at least have some self-awareness? Seeing the displeasure on Claire, Lindsley, and Alice's faces, Noah was confused. Did he offend them again? Only Carol, who was secretly laughing on the side, said, Actually, the ladies are worried about Mr. Noah. This one sentence caused the displeasure on Claire, Lindsley, and Alice's faces to stiffen, and their faces to redden. That's not it. What's there to be worried about? Not at all. I'm just worried that the school's order will be disrupted by him. Seeing the 3 young misses acting like they didn't mean what they said and were flustered, Noah couldn't help but laugh. All right, don't worry about it. I just have some things to ask Ray and Voss. It's not like I'm being lectured. It's unnecessary to worry. Hearing Noah's words, Claire, Lindley, and Alice glanced at each other. Needless to say, the topic of Noah and Gray's conversation was related to someone. Claire coughed dryly and tried to change the subject. Do you really know that strongest sword dancer? As soon as Claire's words came out, Lindley and Alice both pricked up their ears, showing that they were paying close attention. Come to think of it, this was also the question in everyone's heart, right? What was the relationship between Noah and Lotus? No one would not want to know. After all, whether it was Lotus or Noah, their identities were too sensitive. One of them was the strongest sword dancer on the continent. The other was the only male elf envoy. If these 2 people were related in any way, anyone would show a certain degree of attention, right? Especially Lotus, who is the object of admiration in the hearts of almost all elf envoys. Why would this existence, who had always been in an untouchable position, not hesitate to make such a big commotion just to see Noah? It was indeed very suspicious. Not to mention, Noah and Lotus sword dance was exactly the same. Anyone would pay attention to this question. Sweeping his gaze over Claire, Lindley, and Alice's expressions, Noah laughed bitterly. I have no relationship with Lotus Asubble. We only have some interactions on certain matters. Interactions? Lindley crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then how come you have the same sword dance as that strongest sword dancer? Yes. Alice nodded repeatedly. If there's no relationship, how come even the sword dance is exactly the same? The sword dance is just the same. There doesn't have to be a relationship, right? Noah shrugged. My sword dance was learned from Grey Vaz. Even if I have the same sword dance as that strongest sword dancer, it should be Grey Vaz who has some relationship with that strongest sword dancer. Before coming to this academy, I didn't even know who Lotus Asubble was. That's true. Claire seemed to have remembered. When you saw Lotus Assubble's portrait in the library, you didn't even know who she was. Lindley immediately looked at Noah, dumbfounded. It can't be? You don't even know the most powerful sword dancer. Even Alice frowned. Even if she came from the countryside, it's impossible for such a thing to happen, right? Noah was speechless when he saw the reproachful looks on the three young ladies' faces. Speaking of which, your idol, could it be that strongest sword dancer? Claire, Lindley, and Alice nodded without hesitation. Yes. Isn't that a given? Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Seeing this, Noah couldn't help but be curious. That Lotus, did she really have such great charm? Although the absolute sword technique could be said to be the best sword dance, not only was its battle performance superb, its performance in the sword dance ceremony was also unparalleled, but it shouldn't be to the point of producing such great charm, right? Come to think of it, the strongest sword dancer, Lotus Assubble's personal charm, must also be the reason, right? Just as Noah was thinking this, Carol put her mouth close to Noah's ear and whispered, because the ladies all idolized the strongest sword dancer, Mr. Noah's sword dance also moved the three ladies. Noah didn't know how to react and could only smile awkwardly. Looking at the three girls, Claire, Lindley, and Alice, Noah muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly opening his mouth. Hey, Claire, Lindley, and Alice, do you all have your own teams? Teams? Claire, Lindley, and Alice were startled at first, but immediately reacted. In the near future, what could be related to the team? Naturally, it was the Elven Sword Dance Ceremony. The Elven Sword Dance Ceremony in 2 months would be in the form of a group battle. Participants could only be a team of 5 people. I don't have a team yet, Claire said in bewilderment. I haven't joined any team either. I don't either. Lindley seemed to feel embarrassed and turned her head away. Don't misunderstand. I don't have a team because I don't like the elves in the academy. They don't meet my requirements. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Noah already knew. This Lindley wasn't bad in other aspects, but she was a little too prideful. As for Alice, she spoke as if she was in the right. As for me, I've already formed a team with my companions from the Wind King Knights. Is that so? Noah scratched his cheek and then looked at Claire and Lindley. Then, Claire, Lindley, do you want to join my team? Claire and Lindley were stunned for a moment before exclaiming in surprise. Join your team? You? Alice's reaction wasn't small at all. You're finally going to make a move. Not to mention Alice. Even Claire and Lindley's thoughts went astray. However, the next moment, the 3 girls dispelled this thought at the same time. That was because there was an extremely serious expression on Noah's face. I have to settle things with Lane Asubble. For this, I need teammates I can trust. Hearing Noah's powerful voice and seeing Noah's extremely serious expression, Claire and Lindley seemed to be intimidated and involuntarily nodded. Since you've said so, we will reluctantly agree. Saying this, Claire and Lindley didn't look like they were accepting an invitation to join the team, but rather a proposal. Their cheeks were flushed red. Obviously, these 2 innocent young ladies were captivated by Noah's manliness that they usually didn't have the opportunity to see. Only Alice stood rooted to the ground. After a while, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Why am I the only one with a team? Chapter 977. The next day, in a pink room in the mole dormitory of the Alicia Elven Academy, the gentle sunlight shone in through the window and landed on Noah's face as he lay on the sofa. It was so bright that Noah gradually woke up from his sleep. Is it morning? It was rare for Noah to be slightly disturbed by his sleepiness when he woke up. His mind was not very clear and was still very fuzzy. It couldn't be helped. Too many things had happened yesterday. Originally, in order to practice his cooperation with Aster, Noah had already spent an entire day practicing the control of the elven device. Coupled with Lotus's surprise attack and the matter of forming a team with Claire and Lindley, Noah finally had the chance to sleep very late. It was natural that his mind would be a little more sleepy than usual and would be a little less clear-headed. Of course, although he was not clear-headed, Noah did not go to the extent of going back to sleep. After all, there is a team competition this morning. After confirming the establishment of the team, Noah naturally had to participate in the competition of the Alicia Elven Academy's rankings. Only by winning the competition arranged by the Academy, obtaining the corresponding points, and ranking in the top 3 would Noah be qualified to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. And today, Noah had to welcome his first team competition, because he went back to sleep and caused an important competition to be lost without a fight. Noah naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. At that moment, Noah reached out his hand and patted his cheeks. Just as he was about to lift the blanket and straighten his body, a weight appeared in front of him and made him stop. It was a weight that was extremely insignificant compared to Noah's strength. However, this weight was rather soft and comfortable, giving people the urge to hug it tightly. However, it was this weight that drove away the last trace of sleepiness in Noah's mind. He quivered and woke up on the spot. Then, there was no then. Are you awake, Master? A beautiful girl was riding on Noah's body, looking down at Noah from above. Her pair of pitiful eyes were filled with an intoxicating color. Her long silver-white hair sparkled under the morning sun. Although she was petite, the curves of her delicate body were rather exquisite, brimming with a sense of holiness. The girl looked down at Noah expressionlessly. Her pure white skin was exposed to the air just like that. Her entire body was completely naked. Noah's body quivered. He opened his eyes wide as he looked at the pleasing scenery in front of him, but his mind was in a mess. Aster. It was the one who had once annihilated the Demon King, the one with the highest level of strength, the strongest existence among the steel attribute sword spirits. Aster. Aster looked expressionlessly at the stiffened Noahs, tilting his head, as if he was somewhat puzzled. Master, what's wrong? I should be the one asking this question, right? Noah's face twitched. What are you doing? Master, I was just about to wake you up. Aster said, as if it was a matter of course. I heard that human males like to have a pure and cute opposite sex to wake them up. Is that wrong? That's not wrong. Noah's face twitched again. He glanced at Aster's naked body and couldn't help but cover his face. But why aren't you wearing clothes? I heard that this is what human males like to dress up. Aster looked straight at Noah, his eyes filled with mystery, slightly fluctuating. But no matter what, I can't let Master see me barefoot. So I still wear knee socks. Noah only noticed it after Aster mentioned it. On Aster's snow-white skin that reflected the sunlight, a pair of black knee socks was worn on her thighs. Noah couldn't bear to look straight at it. Isn't this more uncomfortable than not wearing anything? You mean you want to take off my knee socks? Aster's expressionless face actually blushed a little as she lowered her head shyly. Master is really a Noah, who couldn't ridicule her, could only sigh in his heart. Although he didn't know why, this sword spirit girl didn't feel embarrassed about not wearing anything. Instead, she was very shy about exposing her feet. At this time, Noah suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said to Aster, Aster, quickly put on your clothes. Aster was startled. Before Aster could react, a door opened in the pink room. Noah, you should get up. Alice, who had finished dressing, walked out of her room and said as she walked, You have a match today. Don't tell me. Forgot? Alice's voice became stiffer and softer as she spoke. In the end, her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Noah could already foresee what would happen next. You shameless bastard. In a room of the mole class in the Alicia Elven Academy, a deafening and furious voice resounded. It didn't calm down for a long time. Noah's days in the Alicia Elven Academy were still as noisy as ever. About 15 minutes later, Noah brought Aster to the outside of the academy's main square. Too slow. As soon as Noah appeared, two girls who had been waiting here for a long time yelled at Noah at the same time. "What's going on?" Claire put her hands on her hips and looked angry. "Today is our first team match. You actually made so many ladies wait for you. Noah, I think you need to work harder on your gentlemanly demeanor." Lindley also put her hands on her hips and put her face in front of Noah. "It's rare for me to wake up so early today." "Yes, yes, yes." Noah helplessly raised his hands as if surrendering. "It's all my fault, okay?" Actually, Noah wasn't late at all. It was just that it was a little unreasonable to make the girls wait for him for so long. Noah wouldn't go so far as to harp on such a small matter. After accepting it, he looked forward. There was a team of elven envoys in pure white uniforms there. They were Noah, Claire, and Lindley's opponents today. Looking at the girls, they seemed a little nervous. "Yes, our opponents are actually them. We're really unlucky," yet Noah, who vaguely heard the girls' words, thought they were afraid of his strength. After all, Noah and the strongest sword dancer had performed a wonderful sword dance in front of everyone. Even if the winner wasn't decided, his performance at that time was enough to let others clearly know Noah's strength. However, in the next second, Noah dispelled this thought, because those girls were all staring at Noah's side, not Noah himself. And beside Noah, Claire bore the gazes of those girls. Although her expression didn't change, a trace of sadness flashed through her eyes. After taking a closer look, Noah realized that the gazes of those girls were not filled with fear, but disgust. Deep disgust. Seeing this, Noah frowned. "What's going on?" Lindley, on the other hand, seemed to know something. She stared at those girls who were looking at Claire with disgust, a trace of indignation flashing through her eyes. "Is everyone here?" As if she had calculated the time to appear, a teacher wearing a white coat walked out from the door. That was Freya, who had helped Noah find a suitable elf to contract. Once she came out from the door, Freya looked at Aster, who was holding Noah's hand, and pushed the glasses on her face. "This is the sealed elf I helped you find that time." "Yes." Noah nodded at Freya. At that time, "Thank you, teacher. I also didn't expect that the sealed elf would be the highest-ranked elf in human form." Freya glanced at Aster. "Today, let me see the power of the highest-ranked elf." Hearing this, Noah smiled. "Don't worry, I'll let you see it." Chapter 978. In the Elven Forest, Noah, Claire, and Lindley were led by Freya as they walked on a stone path illuminated by the sun. Noah's, Claire's, and Lindley's opponents were walking at the front. Perhaps they were discussing some battle tactics, but they would occasionally glance back at Noah's group, but only cast a cold gaze at Claire. That attitude made Noah rather suspicious. Why was it only directed at Claire? Could it be that there was something special about Claire? Beside Claire, Lindsay Lay followed her closely. For once, she didn't bicker with Claire. Claire herself was also keeping her mouth shut, and her usual aggressive, wild cat-like attitude was completely gone. She was silent the entire time. Only Aster held Noah's hand, and in order to match Noah's pace, she would sometimes take a big step forward and sometimes jump a little to jump over some obstacles. She was like a cute little animal, very cute. As for Freya, she walked in the middle as if she wanted to separate the two teams. She turned back and looked at Noah, Claire, and Lindley, and said, "If you want to participate in the Elven Sword Dance Festival, you need to gather a team of 5. Why are there only 3 of you?" "We just haven't gathered enough people yet." Noah shrugged. "Didn't you say that even if you don't have enough people, you can still participate in the tournament arranged by the Academy?" "That's true, but this year's Elven Sword Dance Festival is a team competition for 5 people. The later you gather a team, the later you will develop teamwork, which is very disadvantageous to you," Freya said calmly. "Moreover, although the Academy doesn't require a team of 5 to participate in the tournament, no one will participate in a battle without enough people. After all, if the opponent has more people than you, it's obvious that it's disadvantageous." Freya spoke frankly. And once you lose, the Academy won't care if you don't have enough people in your team. If you don't get enough points, your ranking will still drop. Do you think it doesn't matter? Ah, teacher, who do you think you're talking to? Lincilii said with her usual confident and proud smile. Even if we don't have enough people, with my Ice Devil's Lincilii, we won't lose. Ice Demon. Noah blinked. He still remembered that when Noah first came to this world and went to the Alessia Elven Academy, he used the invisibility helmet to sneak into the academy and accidentally overheard a conversation like this. Hey, did you hear? Firecat and Ice Demon from the Crow class are fighting in class again. Why is it them again? They quarrel like that every day. How dare they call themselves nobles? That's why I can't stand those outstanding problem children in the Crow class. After all, one is an elf envoy from a declining noble family, and the other is the young miss of a noble family from the countryside. It's only natural that they don't have any manners. That's true. Come to think of it, Claire and Lincilii were students from the Crow class, right? If Lincilii was the Ice Demon, then, hey, Claire. Noah asked Claire tentatively. Don't tell me you're called a Firecat. Is it strange? Claire pursed her lips. My Scarlet is a Firecat elf with the fire attribute. It's normal for people to call me that, right? Noah smiled bitterly. It was at this moment that Freya spoke up. We're here. The group stopped in their tracks and looked forward. In front of the road, there was a vast square. It was a square that looked like an arena. In the center of the plaza, there was a circle made of giant stones. As for the circular array, it was emitting a faint light. Looking at the circle, Noah muttered, Is that the door to the elemental realm? The elemental realm. It was a different world from the human world where the elves lived. That was the place where the students of the academy held their group matches. Because in the elemental realm, the elven envoy could use the contracted elves as pure divine energy. Under such circumstances, the body possessed by the divine energy was equivalent to the elves themselves and would not suffer any physical damage. It would only cause the same degree of damage to the spirit. In this aspect, it was similar to Blaze in the world of absolute double-edged blades. Therefore, in order to prevent the students from causing any irreparable damage during the matches, the Academy held training, learning, and even duels between the elven envoy. As long as it would cause physical damage, it would be conducted in the elemental realm. You guys come over too. Under Freya's beckoning, Noah and the rest all came to the circle of giant stones. This circle of giant stones was the teleportation formation that opened the door to the elemental realm. A teleportation formation? Noah muttered helplessly. Let's hope it works on me. Noah had a curse resistance that was as strong as a foul. It was hard to say if this teleportation formation would work on Noah. It's all right, Master. Aster, who had been holding Noah's hand all this time, spoke up as if he knew about Noah's concerns from his muttering. The main purpose of this circle of giant stones is to open the door to the elemental realm and not to teleport you. You are only passing through the door, and it will not repel the teleportation formation. Hearing this, Noah was relieved. If that was the case, then the circle of giant stones function was similar to the technology used to teleport people to another dimension in the Demon Academy world. Is everyone ready? Freya looked at the people around her and nodded. Then let's go. With that, Freya closed her eyes and began to chant in the elven language. That was the spell to open the door. When Freya's chant ended, the boulder formation shone with an intense light. Noah felt his vision was completely covered by a white flash, and then he felt as if he was floating in water. When his feet touched the ground again, Noah opened his eyes. What appeared in front of Noah was a completely different scene from before. Around him were trees that were severely distorted. In the air, there were light particles that looked like fireflies flying back and forth, shining with a weak light. We will now begin the group competition. Freya made the announcement in front of everyone. The competition will begin in half an hour. Before that, both teams will advance in the opposite direction for 10 minutes. After that, you're free to move around. The competition will only begin after half an hour. Do you understand? The so-called group competition was not just a free-for-all between two teams. The official content of the Elven Sword Dance Festival had not been announced, and no one knew how the group competition would be conducted. Therefore, the Academy would organize all the possible forms of the competition. Now, they were imitating the group competition where they would be randomly teleported to different places and had to fight for a long time. Then both teams dispersed at the same time. Under Freya's command, both teams advanced in the opposite direction and went into the forest at the side. Aster, yes, Master. Once they entered the forest, Aster, who was holding Noah's hand, closed his eyes under Noah's command. His entire body turned into a burst of bright light particles and gathered in Noah's hand, gradually forming a shining silver holy sword. Claire looked over curiously. This is the holy sword that the Saintess used to annihilate the Demon King? Even though I already know about this, but if I think about it carefully, it's really unbelievable. Lindley sighed. The Saintess of Salvation's contracted elf would actually form a contract with a male elf like the Demon King Solomon. It's really strange. Lindley's words made Noah's footsteps pause, and his gaze turned to the holy sword in his hand. Why did Aster form a contract with Noah? Until now, Noah still did not know the reason. Chapter 979. 30 minutes later, the group competition organized by the Alicia Elven Academy was announced to begin. But 40 minutes later, the battle was announced to be over. Ugh! In an open space in the elemental forest, the 5 girls who were Noah's, Claire's, and Lindley's opponents were all lying on the ground, groaning in pain. And in the middle of these girls lying on the ground, Noah stood there with a silver holy sword shining with silver light in his hand. His back was facing Claire and Lindley, and from time to time, a divine power flashed from his body, causing the 2 girls to tremble in their hearts. Actually, after the 30 minutes of preparation time had passed and the group competition was announced to begin, the remaining 10 minutes were spent searching for their opponents. In other words, after Noah's group spent 10 minutes to find their opponents, it only took a split second for the 5 elven messengers to be defeated by Noah. In the whole process, Noah only made 3 movements. 1. Charge forward. 2. Spin. 3. Swing the sword. The first movement caused Noah to rush into the encirclement of the 5 elven users. The second movement caused the holy sword in Noah's hand to sweep across the surroundings like a windmill. As for the third action, not only did the glaring radiance of the holy silver sword shatter the elven devices in the hands of the 5 elven representatives, but before they could react, they were also slashed by the holy silver sword. Of course, in the elemental world, unless the elves and even the elven devices were highly materialized, it would only cause a mental blow to the opponent. Therefore, when Noah stopped, the 5 elven envoys who did not have the slightest injury were all lying on the ground in a semi-conscious state. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Not to mention their opponents. Even Claire and Lindley hadn't completely reacted. That was why the scene before them had occurred. So strong. Claire couldn't help but murmur. He's so strong. Is that man a monster? Lindley's face was full of disbelief. Although the opponents aren't very strong, they aren't weak at all. As the opponents of Noah, Claire, and Lindley, this team of 5 elves from the Alicia Elven Academy could probably be ranked in the top 10 of the Academy, right? After all 5 elven users could use the elven devices. And not just anyone could use the elven devices. In the entire Alicia Elven Academy, the number of elven users who could use the elven devices was probably less than half. Under such circumstances, a team of 5 elven users who could freely use the elven devices could be imagined as their strength in the Academy. Unfortunately, to Noah, that was all. Gravath, who was hailed as the strongest elven envoy in the continent, couldn't do anything to Noah. Lena Asubble, who had inherited the Dark Elven King's power, also could do nothing to Noah. Thus, how could a few elven users who had just learned how to use the elven devices waste Noah's time? Hey, Lindley, Claire could only say in a daze. Could it be that we've joined a very impressive team? Does it even need to be said? Lindley's expression was full of excitement. He can compete with the strongest sword dancer and not be at a disadvantage. If it's him, even if he participates in the Elven Sword Dance Festival, he has a very high chance of winning. Lindley didn't say the last sentence. However, Claire could understand what Lindley meant. Win. Claire couldn't help but reach out and tightly grab a necklace hidden in her uniform. Excitement also appeared on her young, pretty face. This way, we can definitely win the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Whether it was Claire or Lindley, they both had a reason to win the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Now, Noah's strong performance made these two girls who had a strong sense of mission in their hearts see the hope of winning the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Noah, who didn't know the excitement in Claire and Lindley's hearts, only held the demon slayer tightly. He looked around at the elven users who were lying on the ground and muttered softly, "Victory has been decided, right?" A low and calm voice responded to Noah's words. "Looks like it." Freya, who was wearing a white coat, walked out from the depths of the forest. She glanced at the students lying on the ground, then raised her head and looked at Noah. "Your strength seems to be much stronger than I thought." "Really?" Claire walked up from behind and glanced at Noah. "I feel like I'm the extra one." "That's right." Lindley also walked up slowly with one hand on her waist, looking like a rich young lady on a trip. "Even my chance to perform was taken away. How infuriating." Looking at the two young ladies' insincere expressions, Noah couldn't help but laugh. "But Freya said so. Although you have won the competition, I feel that this competition is not something that can be used as an experience for you." Freya's words made Claire and Lindley pause for a moment. Only Noah frowned, understanding Freya's meaning. The group competition organized by the Academy was not only for the students to compete for ranking points, but also to prepare for the Elven Sword Dance Festival. The Elven Sword Dance Festival was a group competition, and the most important thing in a group competition was team awareness and teamwork. One of the reasons why the Academy organized a group competition was to let the students develop teamwork awareness and teamwork in group battles, so that they could make sufficient preparations to enter the Elven Sword Dance Festival. A battle like this, where Noah completely crushed his opponents alone, could not be used to develop teamwork and teamwork. You are indeed very strong. Even if you don't rely on your teammates, there shouldn't be any team in this academy that can do anything to you, right? Freya looked at Noah and said, "However, the Elven Sword Dance Festival isn't as simple as the group competition in the Academy. The Elven users who can go on that stage are all the best in their respective countries. Even if you can continue to crush one or two groups, or even two or three groups, or even a dozen groups, do you have the ability to crush all the groups?" Freya's words made Noah speechless. Noah did not think that there was any problem with crushing all the teams. There were not many elven users in this world who could do anything to Noah, and that was when Noah did not use his authority in Gate of Babylon. If he used his true strength, Noah felt that other than the Elven King, no one in this world could do anything to him. However, there was an extraordinary elven user in the Elven Sword Dance Festival. Rendezvous, the Dark Elf King's successor who inherited the Dark Elf King's power. If the strongest sword dancer could unleash the full power of the Dark Elf King, even Noah didn't know how powerful she would be. But he was sure that even if Rin could not do anything to Noah, she could still make Noah unable to be distracted. At that time, as Noah's teammates, what would happen to Claire, Lindley, and the others? Would they be defeated by Ren's teammates? "You don't need power anymore," Freya said indifferently. "Be a little considerate of your teammates." With that, Freya turned around and walked towards the forest. However, Freya's words alerted Noah to the situation. All along, no matter what difficulties Noah faced, he'd always relied on the formidable strength he'd tempered himself to overcome all difficulties and overcome all difficulties. It was practically impossible for him to encounter a decent opponent. But that did not mean that Noah only believed in his own strength and felt that he did not need the companionship of others. On the contrary, compared to strength, the importance of companions was more deeply ingrained in Noah's heart. After all, Noah was a child who grew up in fairy tale. Thinking of this, Noah stared at the two young ladies, Claire and Lindley, who were somewhat confused. It seemed that it was necessary to cultivate a relationship with these two girls. Chapter 980. Not only was the Academy City at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by the elven forest, but there was also a huge city wall. The interior of the Academy City was divided into 5 areas: fire, water, wind, earth, and holy, which coincided with the 5 elements. Among them, the water area was the place where the rich young ladies of the Academy enjoyed themselves. Not only were there many places for leisure and entertainment, but there were also jewelry stores, luxurious restaurants, and luxurious baths. The scale of the place was not inferior to the imperial capital of the Orcia Empire. The students of Alicia Elven Academy were quite fond of this place. As previously mentioned, under normal circumstances, the strength of an elven envoy would continuously decline after the age of 25, gradually losing their strength. Elven envoys who lost their strength could only retire. Then, in order to let others inherit their superior witch abilities, retired elven envoys would choose to marry pure-blooded nobles. Through generations of marriage, the elven envoy's bloodline would be strengthened. Therefore, those who could become elven envoys were basically nobles from famous families. Although not all elven envoys were from famous families, at least 80 to 90% of the elven envoys were from famous families, which was quite a high proportion. Therefore, the students of the Elven Academy were basically all young ladies from rich families. As the young ladies of famous families, these young ladies naturally would not be stingy with money. Of course, they wouldn't hesitate to patronize those entertainment venues with astounding expenses. Under such circumstances, it was rare to see Elven Academy students in the Wind area, which represented the Commoner District. However, at this moment, for people wearing the uniform of the Alicia Elven Academy appeared in this area. The newcomers were naturally the team led by Noah. With Noah as the leader, Claire and Lindley were led here by Noah. The remaining person was none other than Aster, who had transformed back into his human form. Speaking of which, why did we come to the Academy City at this time? Looking at the bustling streets, Claire seemed to be a little afraid of strangers. She shrunk her head and made a small protest to Noah. Although we've been exempted from classes today because of the team competition, isn't it better to discuss team combat instead of coming here to play? That's right. After Teacher Frey's words, if we don't develop some team spirit, we'll be laughed at. Lindsay Lay was also looking around. She looked a little uneasy, but she still put on a brave face. Besides, even if you want to play, you should go to the noble district of the Water District. Why are you coming to the commoner district of the Wind District? Seeing that Claire and Lindley were more or less uneasy, Noah was secretly amused. It couldn't be helped. Because the Water District was the noble district, not many people went there. Even if there were, they were all young ladies from the Elven Academy. There weren't many men. On the other hand, there were men everywhere in the Wind Region's civilian district. As a pristine witch who wasn't used to men, it was only natural that Claire and Lindley would behave like this. Speaking of which, when they first met, Lindley didn't seem to be afraid of Noah at all, right? Now that he thought about it carefully, perhaps this young lady was just putting on a brave front? No matter what, it was Noah who brought Claire and Lindley here. Today, Noah naturally had to play the role of a guardian angel. I also think that we should have a good discussion about team combat. But if we just do it like this, it's no different from talking on paper. Noah spread out his hands and said, "The so-called team spirit and teamwork are built on sufficient understanding. We just formed a team yesterday. If we don't understand each other, we can't even talk about cooperation, right?" That's not wrong. Claire still looked a little hesitant. But what does coming to the Academy City have to do with understanding each other? I just feel that instead of being cooped up in the Academy, why don't we go out for a walk? It'll be easier for us to talk. Noah scratched his cheek. Well, actually, it's also because I haven't been to the Academy City before. I more or less want to take a look around here. Is that so? Claire and Lindley looked at each other, and could only nod reluctantly. Then, all right, hearing this, Noah suddenly smiled and turned his gaze to Aster, who had been silent but was also looking around. Is there anywhere Aster wants to go? No, I don't have any particular place I want to go. Aster shook his head. I've been sealed in the sword for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, the human world seems to have changed a lot. To be able to walk around and understand the current situation of this world is already enough for me. Is that so? Noah couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness towards Aster. One had to know that almost every time Noah entered a new world, he would feel rather perplexed about the current world's background and situation. Come to think of it, Aster's situation should be similar to Noah's. They were both filled with uncertainty about the current situation of the world. Then let's go find a good restaurant and have a good meal. Hearing Noah's words, apart from Aster who nodded, Claire and Lindley both cheered. That's right. Let's hurry and find a place to sit. It seemed that these two young ladies were really nervous about the men on the street. Just like that, under Noah's lead, the group began to walk forward. Although it was a civilian area, there were many ordinary shops, restaurants, and other buildings. It looked like a shopping street. It was very lively. In the crowd, Noah, Claire, Lindley, and Aster walked on the side of the road, but they still couldn't avoid brushing shoulders with the people around them. Why are there so many men? Undoubtedly, there aren't so many people usually. Claire and Lindley, who were following behind Noah, kept looking around restlessly. They were like small animals that were afraid of strangers, making people feel that they were a little cute. Although Claire and Lindley were both first-rate elven users, and any random elven magic could knock down an ordinary man, in front of man, these two girls were only pure and innocent young girls. Therefore, whenever a man passed by and got close to Claire or Lindley, the two girls would let out small cries of grief and snuggle tightly together. Although the people around them looked at them strangely, when they recognized Claire and Lindley's uniforms, they immediately understood the situation and left as if nothing had happened. Seeing that Claire and Lindley were as pitiful and cute as little sheep that had been thrown into a pack of wolves, Noah could only laugh bitterly. There's no other way. After saying that, Noah let go of Aster's hand and quickly held Claire and Lindley's hands, one in each hand. Wah! Claire and Lindley cried out in surprise at almost the same time. When they realized that their hands were being held by Noah, their faces unexpectedly turned red at the same time with a pung sound, emitting light smoke. What are you doing? Casually holding a lady's hand. This is simply unforgivable. The two young ladies, who had never had such intimate contact with a man, both angrily rebuked Noah. Their pretty faces were bright red from beginning to end, making Noah wonder if Claire and Lindley would suddenly faint. Who told you to keep looking around? You'll get lost sooner or later like that, right? Noah laughed bitterly. Or do you think it's fine if you get lost in a crowd like this? Oh. Claire and Lindley shrunk their heads and could only lower their heads as if accepting their fate. Their faces were red as they let Noah hold their hands. On the side, Aster, who had been let go by Noah, stared at Noah like an abandoned little animal, making Noah feel a trace of guilt. Who told Noah to only have two hands? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.